right, late change in the lineup. Coco Crisp is out. Jacoby Ellsbury in. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy will fill you in on that. They've got the call of the game right now.
After missing the last 24 games, Manny Ramirez is back in the starting lineup tonight as the Red Sox start a 6-game homestand to wrap up the season. Welcome to Fenway Park for Game 1 of a brief 2-game series between the Oakland A's and the Boston Red Sox. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Welcome to Red Sox Baseball. The Oakland A's are here, a team that went to the American League Championship Series last year against the Tigers. This season has been much different. A new manager and some tough injuries this year. 54 different Oakland A's have put on the uniform this season. The A's have used the DL 22 times, and 11 of the 22 have been on the 60-day DL. They've lost 6 of the last 7 games, and they'll play a big part in determining the playoff picture. Of course, their remaining games are against the Red Sox, Indians, and Angels. Red Sox have had their troubles against Oakland, just 5-11 the last 2 seasons. We welcome in Jerry Remy. And Jerry, everybody's been wondering when Manny Ramirez would get back in. Today we got our answer.
Well, it's been over 25 games for Manny Ramirez out of the Red Sox lineup and back of the lineup tonight, hitting out of the 2-hole. So expect Manny to a lot of bunting, hitting, running, and stealing. No, I think I'm only kidding there, Don. But it's good to see him back. And the reason he is back at the number 2 spot, get him some at-bats early in the ball game, maybe 2 or 3, and he'll probably come out of the game and put Ellsbury in that spot, in the 2 spot. I think what they're more concerned about right now is getting him the at-bats, but also playing in the outfield, because that's been the problem recently. He's been able to take batting practice, but he's not been able to play defense. So they're going to get him out there for a couple of innings tonight and hope to build that up as the week goes on. It's a great sign for the Red Sox. He told me last week he was going to play on Tuesday. He was not lying. And the other good news, Kevin Youkill is expected to be back in the lineup tomorrow night. So all things positive on the health front for the Red Sox right now.
Well, tonight the Red Sox hope that it's a positive outing for Curt Schilling, as Schilling will be looking for his 9th win of the year. We're back with the first pitch after this.
Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out. Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
Now, see, when people think of Geico, right, they think of car insurance. And of course, saving money. But sometimes that can lead even the savviest driver astray. Take, for example, the motorcycle owner. He calls Geico wanting to save money on his car insurance, only to realise that he doesn't actually own a car. Well, needless to say, he's quite embarrassed, isn't he? Doesn't matter. Geico insures motorcycles and ATVs as well. That way, no one ends up looking foolish.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Going to Burger Town. Want anything?
Oh, if they still have the Can My Butt Look Any Bigger meal, will you get me one? Me too.
Instead, try the new Subway Fresh Fit Meal. Now with more tasty choices like new hearty wheat bread and low-fat yogurt. Subway, eat fresh.
Wednesday on Sox Appeal. It's a 1-hour doubleheader with a look back at who hit it big and who struck out.
No way.
She's a Yankee fan!
We're gonna have a hot dog eating contest.
Are you serious?
Then it's behind the scenes of the casting process. Check out how you got in the game and who got left on the bench. Wednesday after Sox coverage, we're making romance a reality, one game at a time.
Andy Brickley's back with an all-new Bruins preview and predictions. Get the inside look at the top B's newcomers and bets, position by position, because no one breaks it down better than the Brick. Brick's Bruins preview premieres Tuesday, October 2nd at 9.
Closed captioning provided by Finagle Bagel, Boston's best sandwich, soup, salad, and of course Bagel Cafe, with 20 locations in Eastern Mass. Boston Red Sox baseball in NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, your New England Subaru dealers, Foxwoods Resort Casino, your local Lincoln Mercury dealers, Rico, Sitco, and by New England Toyota dealers. Well, good evening once again, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway Park as the Red Sox return home for the last regular season homestand. It's a brief 2 games against these Oakland A's and then the 4-game series to begin against the Minnesota Twins. As a cool night here tonight at Fenway Park and a late lineup change for the Red Sox tonight as Jacoby Ellsbury is going to be in the lineup. Coco Crisp, who was initially in the starting lineup tonight, comes out with an illness. So that was just taking place moments ago. So Ellsbury will be taking over in center field, and the return tonight of Manny Ramirez to left field. Manny back in the starting lineup and back in left field for the Red Sox tonight as they take the field. Let's check out the visiting Oakland A's starting 9, brought to you by Rico. Shannon Stewart leads it off. He's in left field with Derek Barton at first base, Nick Swisher in center field, Jack Cust in right field with Mark Ellis at second base, Dan Johnson is the designated hitter, Marco Scudero at shortstop bats 7th with Jack Hanahan at third base batting 8th, and Curt Suzuki does the catching. He bats 9th. Infinity brings us the starting pitcher, and on the mound tonight for the Red Sox, Curt Schilling.
Curt Schilling making his 24th start of the season. He is 8-8. Last time out against the Yankees, going 7 2/3, 6 hits allowed and 4 runs. Of course, he gave up the tie-breaking 3-run home run to Derek Jeter in the 8th inning, but was pitching very, very nice baseball up to that point. Twice this year he has faced the Oakland Athletics. Of course, we all know he took that no-hitter into the 9th inning with 2 outs, and Shannon Stewart broke up the no-hitter with a base hit to the opposite field. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by your Boston area Lexus dealers. They are second in the league with 78 errors on the season. Mike Lowell will be in third base, Julio Lugo the shortstop, Dustin Pedroia at second, and Eric Hinsky at first base. Left to right, Manny Ramirez, Jacoby Ellsbury, and J.D. Drew, and Jason Varitek doing the catching for Schilling.
Umpiring crew, Jerry Meals has the plate, calling the balls and strikes. Rob Drake at first base, Larry Poncino at second base, and Gary Darling is the umpire at third. We're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Well, 83 degrees to begin the ball game tonight after a warm day in Boston, with the wind blowing out to right field 11 miles per hour, and the forecast is clear as we head into this last homestand of the regular season for the Red Sox. After an off day yesterday, back home again. And Curt Schilling trying to get his 9th win of the year individually at 500, coming into tonight's action at 8-8. And to be dealing with a guy that broke up his no-hitter back in Oakland. It's Shannon Stewart. So Schilling had gone 8 2/3 before Stewart was able to get a base hit against him. So it's a .291 average, 12 homers, and 48 runs batted in. First pitch of this one is in there for strike 1 to Shannon Stewart. Curt Schilling back on June the 7th, footing with a no-hitter, 8 2/3, able to get strikeouts. So Shannon Stewart was able to break up the no-no on the first pitch thrown to Stewart. And that was after Curt Schilling had shaken off Jason Varitek, decided to throw another pitch, and that pitch ended up in right center field. Ended up being a one-hit complete game shutout for Schilling. The amazing thing is that Stewart has never had much success against Curt. 2 for 11 in his career against Curt Schilling. 0-2 to Stewart. Lifts it foul off to the right. Hinsky gives it a look, but it's back into the seats.
And this is a different looking team too that Curt Schilling's facing tonight. This Oakland ball club has been devastated this year by injuries. A lot of new names in the lineup tonight that we have not seen before, including Derek Barton, who stands on deck.
54 different Oakland A's wearing that uniform this season. That's the most in their history in a season. And it leads the majors this year as far as numbers of players. Here's the difference between what they look like on opening day and what they look like now. Quite a bit different. Mentioned earlier, 11 of 22 players spending time on the DL have seen time on the 60-day DL. Jason Kendall, now a member of the Chicago Cubs. So many on that roster no longer with the team. As this one is grounded foul back to the backstop. It has been a trying year in his first year. Bob Guerin was just given an extension. His contract is coming to an end this year. They've added him for next year, as well as Mark Ellis. Their second baseman will be returning. But they have fallen from where they were a year ago. Of course, the American League Championship Series against the Tigers. Stewart, a lengthy at bat, grounds one to the shortstop. Lugo, one down.
Well, it's kind of strange this late in the season, the last week of the regular season, with as warm as it is here at Fenway Park, and seeing two teams, one from the West and finishing with one from the Central. Very strange. Oakland in for the 2 games, and of course Minnesota in for the 4 games over the weekend.
One down here in the first inning for Derek Barton. Takes ball 1 inside. He's called up from AAA Sacramento in September the 10th. And has started all 13 games since coming up at first base. So far, 333, 2 homers, and 6 runs batted in. 9 hits in his last 5 games, and has got a 7-game hitting streak coming into tonight. So a 2-run shot on Sunday in Cleveland off Jake Westbrook. His second major league home run as he turns on that, fouling it off. Spent the entire regular season at AAA Sacramento and led the River Cats in games, at bats, doubles, walks. On the outside corner. Well, Schilling has been pitching better. Of course, spending that chunk of time in the DL. Last couple of outings have been better for Curt, but I would imagine this is an important one in his eyes, tuning up for the postseason. To right field and deep. J.D. Drew headed back. That one is over the bullpen, and Derek Barton has his 3rd home run of the year. It's the Oakland A's on top 1-0.
Well, we have not seen Barton before. This is our first look at him, and by looking at those first few swings, it looks like he's got good pop. I mean, it's a home run hit his swing. Picks up his 3rd of the season on a fastball from Curt Schilling. Fastball stayed out over the plate. Veritek wanted it in. It stayed out over, and Barton with the home run.
He was part of the Mark Mulder deal that brought him to the Oakland A's along with Kiko Calero. And of course, Dan Herron. That has worked out very well for the Oakland A's. He is homered with 1 out here in the first inning. Here's Nick Swisher. 265, 22 homers, and 75 runs batted in. Swing and a miss, and Swisher's down 0-2.
Athletics as a team have hit more home runs than the Red Sox. They are 7th in the American League in home runs. The Red Sox are 9th in the American League.
Jack Cust setting the pace for the A's with 26 home runs. Swisher takes a ball 1-2. Just waiting on deck, batting in the cleanup spot. Nick Swisher at the plate has 22 home runs of his own. And spending a good chunk of time in center field this season after we saw him in first and in right. Chop to first, handled by Hensky. He'll take it himself for out number 2.
Well, Eric Hensky at first base tonight, possibly Kevin Youkilis tomorrow night. Uke said before the ball game today that he would be ready to go tomorrow. Took batting practice yesterday at Fenway, again today, and Terry Francona said actually he was probably available tonight if needed, and probably definitely getting a start tomorrow.
It sounds like that batting practice yesterday was very productive for the Red Sox. Both Manny Ramirez and Kevin Youkilis involved in the off day. Manny back tonight, and Euclid's likely tomorrow. Jack Cust with a big swing and a miss. He's homered in 3 of his last 4 games and has 26 home runs on the season. 82 RBIs to go along with a .261 batting average.
A lot of home runs, a lot of strikeouts. He leads the American League in strikeouts with 156.
And that's spending the first month of the season in the minors. So he wasn't even with the Oakland A's in the month of April in the first week of May. Leads the American League with 156 Ks. 6th most in Oakland A's history. There's a strike, and it's 1-2. But oddly, he ranks tied for second in the American League in walks. He has 100 base on balls on the season. So a lot of strikeouts, but a lot of walks. Takes ball 2, 2-2. Pitch 20 in the first inning for Curt Schilling. And Cuss fouling it off, getting a piece of home plate umpire Jerry Meals. Mike Piazza not in the starting lineup tonight. What has been a tough season, spending a lot of it injured.
Actually, the injury happened right here at Fenway Park, diving into third base.
Seven home runs, 43 runs batted in, only in 79 games this year for the A's. One set foul off to the left, 2-2. And the 6th inning back on May 2nd here at Fenway Park. The collision with Mike Lowell at third base. He sprained right shoulder, which really set him back. Inside ball 3. Had been 0-2, but it's a full count now.
Curt Schilling trying to crowd Cuss with that inside fastball and just misses the inside corner.
Swing and a miss. Schilling strikes out Cuss to conclude the first, but Derek Barton has hit a home run, giving the A's a 1-0 lead.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 23 daily nonstop flights from Manchester and Providence to Baltimore, Washington, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient nonstop flights and on-time service.
You are now free to move about the country.
As you know, it doesn't cost much to get a AAA card, but you probably didn't know just how much that little card can save you. Like 30% off eyewear at LensCrafters. Save 10% at Payless Shoe Source on shoes and accessories. Save an average of 20% at over 56,000 pharmacies. In fact, you can save at over 150,000 merchants nationwide. Go to AAA.com/save for a full list of savings. Start saving with your AAA card today.
Get more energy at mbzip.com.
We went around swapping people's vehicles for 1 week. We didn't tell them we were from Ford. We told them it was market research.
I traded my Nissan Murano for the new Ford Edge for 1 week. It has 2 sunroofs. The minute that I hop into the car, I like to just open it up. I think this is a step up for my Murano. I'm very disappointed in returning it. I want to keep it. I'll miss you.
Now lease a Ford Edge all-wheel drive for just $259 a month, or swap your ride and get $1,500 in total savings. Visit your local Ford dealer or go to newenglandford.com.
At Dell, we believe you deserve a division of small business experts, trained to provide advice, customized technology, and support when you need it most, whether online, on the phone, or on site. Maybe that's why we're the #1 choice for small business. Dell, we believe in small business.
Back at Fenway, where the A's have taken the early 1-0 advantage. Red Sox coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Infinity brings us the starting pitcher, and tonight for the A's is Chad Gaudin.
It's been a very strange season. Before the All-Star break, he was 8-3 with a 2.88 ERA. Since the break, 3-9 with an ERA up close to 7. He has walked a lot of guys in the second half, and he's given up a lot of home runs in the second half. Faced the Red Sox one time this year, was not involved in the decision, but pitched pretty well. 5 innings, giving up a couple of earnings. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. That game was right here at Fenway Park.
Dustin Pedroia in the leadoff spot tonight for the Red Sox. Seems so strange to see the guy standing behind him waiting on deck. Yes. There he is, Manny Ramirez. First time he's ever batted second in the major leagues.
The Red Sox have been looking for a guy that can hit and run and bunt and steal bases.
He is a pretty good contact guy too, I'd say.
Maybe they found one here in Manny. Well, Manny hitting #2 to get as many bats early in the game as possible, and probably replaced toward the middle part or the end of the game by someone else. We thought it'd be Ellsbury, but of course Ellsbury gets the start now because of the illness to Coco Crisp.
2-2 to Pedroia. To right field. And Jack Cust has it lined up. Well, it's been 25 games since we've seen Manny Ramirez. He's back and coming to bat. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
He's had good success against Gaudin in his career. 4 for 9 with a couple of home runs. Of course, for Manny, this has to feel like the first day of spring training, the first game of spring training.
A breaking ball popped up foul. Backing out of play, and it's 1-2.
With a hanging breaking ball inside. You see the slide. It doesn't do very much. Stays inside, but Manny just fouls it back. That's one when the timing is right. Maybe leaves the ballpark.
Opposite field and in for a hit. That's got to be a good sign.
Well, for players who have been out of the lineup for a long time, timing is usually based on the fastball, and usually the problems that give them the most problem, pitches I should say, that give them the most problem are off-speed pitches, whether they be curveballs, change-ups. Manny gets the fastball here and just shoots it to the opposite field for the base hit. So they say he can get up out of bed and hit. I guess he can.
Well, in the last game that he played, he was 2 for 3 with a home run. David Ortiz at .321 with 32 homers and 112 runs batted in. He probably's been walking around with the ice on the knee quite a bit lately, wrapped pretty tightly today in the clubhouse. He's been barking as they have been all season.
Now you wonder, if David was a National League player and had to play a position every day, whether he'd make it through the season. He might have had to have surgery at some point. Of course, that date will be coming when the Red Sox season is over, whether that be hopefully for Red Sox fans sometime in November.
And you wonder when, if the World Series becomes a factor, if David Ortiz will be able to play defensively at first base. There's the pitch in there for a strike, 3-1.
Oh, I think there's no question he will. They're not going to go without that bat in the lineup.
Ortiz backs out with a count of 3-1, 1 out, 1 on. Ball 4, and down to first goes Ortiz. The Red Sox lineup is brought to you by New England Dodge Dealers. Dustin Pedroia at second base, Manny Ramirez back in left field, David Ortiz at DH, Mike Lowell at third base, J.D. Drew in right field, Jason Varitek doing the catching, Jacoby Ellsbury in center field, Eric Kinski at first base, Julio Lugo at shortstop, bats ninth. First and second, one down here in the first inning, and it brings up Mike Lowell. With great numbers, 324, 20 homers, 110 runs batted in. Driven to left. It's going to grab some wall. Around from second base comes Ramirez, running pretty well. To third goes Ortiz, and it's a double and an RBI for Mike Lowell. Put the Red Sox on top 1-0.
.36 doubles on the season for Mike Lowell, and he drives in his 111th run. He takes an inside fastball from Gaudin, and the line shot off that left field wall, right on top of the CVS sign. Stewart has to track it down. By the time he does, Ramirez crosses the plate, and as you mentioned, Don, running pretty well as he comes around to score the first run for the Red Sox.
So a 1-1 ball game here, second and third. And J.D. Drew with a swing and a foul tip. Let's face the home plate umpire again.
The team leader in runs batted in is David Ortiz with 112. Mike Lowell is second now with 111.
Strike over the outside corner, and it's 0-2. Is getting a first inning home run from Derek Barton. Red Sox answering quickly to tie the score now. They have runners at second and third with one out. He grounds it foul down towards the tarp area, 0-2.
The Oakland defense is brought to you by New England Ford dealers, third in the league with 87 errors. Jack Hanahan at third base. Marco Scutero, the shortstop. Mark Ellis had a great year at second, and Derek Barton at first. Stewart, Swisher, and Custon the outfield. And we have one more to give you, and that's the catcher, Curt Suzuki. They played good defense all season long, third in the league, behind the Orioles and the Red Sox.
Two to Drew. Well, JD has hit at .349, 3 homers and 8 RBIs over the last 13 games. He's that average from .252 up to .261. Outside, 2-2.
Tough outing last time out for Gaudin. He faced the Seattle Mariners on September 18th and only lasted 4 innings, giving up 8 runs. Only 3 of those runs were earned, though.
Able to strike out J.D. Drew. He needed that as he strikes out Drew for the second out of the inning.
There goes breaking ball, slided down and in to J.D. Drew. I've mentioned this over and over. When it's off the plate, it's a very difficult pitch to hit. You lose it. When it stays on the plate, it's a great pitch for a left-hander to hit.
So 2 down, second and third, a chance for Jason Varitek. Varitek, who had a very good series in Tampa Bay, 4 for 8 in the series, 2 home runs, and 3 runs batted in. 66 runs batted in on the season. That's third among American League catchers. 11 more RBIs than he had all of last year. Outside, 2-0. Tonight marks the 117th game behind the plate for Jason. 157.
It's amazing when you look at this roster of the Oakland Athletics, how many guys are hurt. Travis Buck, Chavez, Crosby. I mean, these guys are big-time players for them. Kotze. In the bullpen, Justin Duksha, Rich Harden, all season long almost has been out.
Yep. And it's been a good chunk of the year without their closer, Houston Street, of course, as Alan Embry racked up 17 saves. Down to first base goes Varitek with the second walk allowed by Gaudin in the inning. And it loads the bases for the Red Sox. Young, the pitcher, get it out. Boston Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by W.B. Mason and their new One of Bargain Super Clearance Center for office furniture and equipment. Jacoby Ellsbury introduced to Fenway Park, bases loaded, 2 down. 372, 3 homers, 15 runs batted in for young Jacoby Ellsbury. Sits safely in the last 6 games. And takes strike 1 from Chad Gaudin. Fouls it off himself and is down 0-2. A lot of pitches for Gaudin here in the first inning, about to throw his 30th of the inning. Ortiz at third, Lowell at second base, Varitek at first. Ellsbury lays off, and it's ball 1-1-2. Ground to the first baseman, picked by Barton, who'll take it himself. No further trouble for Gaudin, but the Red Sox tie the score 1-1.
Never before has America seen something like this from a car manufacturer. Dodge introduces the Lifetime Powertrain Limited Warranty. Never before has any other car manufacturer, foreign or domestic, possessed the confidence to do this. And Dodge has done it. It means no more repair bills for covered parts for as long as you own your Dodge vehicle. It means a lifetime of peace of mind. It's a first, and it's only from Dodge. Dodge. Grab life.
We're America's largest refiner, and some of the vehicles we fuel don't travel on roads. For those that do, we make some of the cleanest gasoline on the planet, and every drop is performance guaranteed. And our employees contribute over 200,000 hours a year in our communities. We know you probably don't think about these things when you think of Valero. That's okay, just as long as when you do think of us, you think of this. Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
This is not just a Harvard Pilgrim member card. It's the power of choice. You see, it won't tell you where to go. You tell it where you want to go. A family physician down the street, a doctor at a teaching hospital, or a specialist in another town. This card will get you there. After all, it's your doctor, not ours.
All I hear from people is, hey, you got time? I got all kinds of time. I got nothing but time. What do you need? I got daytime, nighttime, full-time, part-time, tea time, bedtime, hammer time, and then there's prime time. That's a TV term that tells us where the best shows are at. 5:30, that's the new prime time on NESN with Monster Monday, Globe 10.0, and Friday Night Fenway. It's the new prime time. What do you want from me? I don't set the time. You talk about clocks.
FW Webb is proud to be the official supplier of plumbing, heating, and cooling supplies for the Boston Red Sox. To learn more about how FW Webb can help you, contact your local professional contractor or visit fwweb.com. FW Webb, we've got it.
Well, Mike Lowell has driven in the game-tying run with his double in the first inning. We're tied up 1-1 as we head to the second inning. And it's Mark Ellis, Dan Johnson, and Marco Scutaro. Mark Ellis, 273, 19 homers, and 76 runs batted in.
He's had a terrific season for the Athletics. Very steady at second base, 19 home runs, 76 runs batted in. He can run a little bit. Only made 5 errors at second base. Just a good player.
Line to the backhand of Mike Lowell for the first out of the inning. Let's check in with Tina Cervasio.
And just like that, Manny Ramirez is back in the lineup, has a hit and a run scored. Now, yesterday he came in for some extra BP, and that's when he gave the manager the okay. But today, Terry Francona talked about the different options of working Manny back into things.
You can either pinch hit, be available to pinch hit, or start to get in games and try to get that progression going. So what we'll do is we'll hit him up in the order and get him through part of a game.
And the whole idea is for him to get out there, play, feel good, get his timing back. But again, they're going to take him out after 2 or 3 at-bats because the rest of the idea is to keep Manny healthy and gradually bring him back and not cause any setbacks.
No doubt about that. That's one thing that they've been very careful with. Of course, Manny able to take batting practice, and watching him take batting practice at times, you figured that he was okay. But the problem has been running and from a defensive perspective, so that taken into consideration as this one ripped down the right field line foul. And Johnson the batter and DH. One for 8 in his career against Schilling as he lines one into center field. And Johnson aboard with a 1-out single, the second hit tonight off Curt Schilling.
Now that one hit had been a home run against Schilling. This time he gets the splitter and he takes it right back up the middle for the base hit. Home for his last 10, but picks up the hit there off Schilling.
So 1 out, 1 on, and it brings up Marco Scutaro. Scutaro 262, 7 homers and 41 runs batted in. Seems like he always ends up with a lot of playing time by the end of each season. Bobby Crosby, of course, on the DL, and other problems that they've had during the course of the year that has found his way into this lineup. A very valuable, versatile player that has been able to play all over their infield. Started 81 games at 5 different positions. 34 at shortstop, 33 at third base, 12 at second base, 1 in left field, 1 in right field.
Since 1984, the only other Athletic to start at least 10 games at 3 different infield positions is Mike Gallego. There's the pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. He's played 472 games for the A's over the last 4 years. And only Eric Chavez has appeared in more games over that span. So for a guy coming off the bench, for the most part, that's pretty good. But that also tells you about how many injuries they've had in the infield. Pitch a strike and the count 1-2. And Johnson with a short lead at first base, held on by Hensky. Strike 3 call. Scudero doesn't agree. Second strikeout for Curt Schilling.
Now that's what Schilling has to do. You know, it's not an overpowering fastball. It's 87 miles an hour, but it's right on the outside corner. And if it can make those pitches, those quality pitches, he's certainly going to win games.
So 2 down here in the second inning. Dan Johnson at first, Jack Hanahan, the third baseman, in for Chavez as he grounds it foul outside of first.
And one thing you don't have to worry very much about with this Oakland club is base stealing. They are dead last in the American League at steals. They have 51 total on the season.
Fly ball down the left field line. Manny Ramirez heading over towards the seats, but will end up back in the seats. Hanahan came over from the Detroit Tigers on August 14th, minor league trade. So 35 of the A's last 36 games at third base since the trade. Playing in AAA Toledo for the Tigers this season prior to the trade. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Schilling, 3 in all. Inning and a half done, tied at 1.
Presenting the 263 horsepower Lincoln MKZ, rated highest in initial quality according to J.D. Power and Associates. Now joined by the fastest selling luxury crossover, the Lincoln MKX, with its award-winning safety and panoramic Vista roof. Reach higher and you're destined to reach the top. Now drive the innovative Lincoln MKX for $399 a month, or the Lincoln MKZ for $339 a month.
Today on the Lottery Channel, a recipe for instant fun. Pinch of excitement, more prizes, and voila!
The Boston Red Sox Instant Ticket. Win Red Sox tickets, prize packs, and more.
Made from scratch, of course.
Dunkin' Donuts knows it's not easy being a regular, everyday working guy. To prove it, we tried this experiment with hip-hop star Jermaine Dupri.
Come on, girl. Come back, girl.
Do I get a ticket or something?
Nah, we ain't got no ticket.
Made for the regular, everyday folks. The tasty new Bacon Lovers Supreme Omelet. America runs on Dunkin'.
For a chance to win great football prizes, visit DunkinDonuts.com. No purchase necessary.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can insure: Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
This Friday, it's the final weekend of the regular season, and the Minnesota Twins are in town for free. Get an extra 30 minutes of live action from Fenway Park. Join us at 5:30 for Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
Last half of the second inning, tied at 1. Eric Hensky leads it off for the Red Sox and takes strike 1 from Chad Gaudin.
Well, Don, it's been long overdue, but I want to say thank you to Roy Vosi, who sent a nice gift here a long time ago. And it's my fault. I just completely forgot about it. To say thank you to Roy.
Off the glove of Scudero and short left. That would have been a much easier play for Shannon Stewart. But it's off the glove of Scudero, and Hinske will reach it first. Charged with an error.
That looked like a very routine play for Scudero, and it was. He just had it bounce right off the top of his glove. Like the last second, it was a little deeper than maybe he thought. He took a big long step and then just dropped the baseball. So Scudero picks up his 14th error of the season. But getting back to Roy for a second, he sent this nice umbrella which was handmade by him, and it had like all the retired Red Sox numbers on it. Very nice piece, and I apologize for taking so long to thank you for that. You know, you get kind of a lot of stuff going on, and sometimes you forget. So Roy, Wally and I appreciate it.
Julio Lugo batting with Hinske at first base. And the pitch in there for strike 1-1. Lugo with 3 hits in his last 16 at bats, but 2 of them have been long balls. A couple of home runs over the weekend, total of 8 now. There's a quick check on Hinske, who's back to the bag. 2 homers in the last 5 games after going 48 games without a home run. Slices it foul back into the seats.
At 5:30, the Globe 10.0 presented by Verizon tackled today's top 10 hottest topics, but they saved an extra point for us. Is Boston a Patriot city or Red Sox city? Stay tuned for Sportsnet tonight after Sox coverage to hear Bob Ryan and Dan Shaughnessy tack on the extra point.
Almost hits Lugo, just eludes it, man. It's 2-2. Gaudin had to throw 31 first inning pitches. He did get out of the bases loaded jam after relinquishing the lead. And is able to strike out Lugo. Second strikeout for Gaudin, first out of the inning.
Well, that's how many strikeouts he had against the Red Sox the first time he faced them back on May the 2nd. His strikeout high in the season is 10. He's done that one time. That came against Tampa Bay.
So 1 down Hinske at first base. Here's Dustin Pedroia. Right out to right field, first time up. And a swing and a miss. 1 hit in his last 13 at bats.
And 3 for his last 24. Average down to 314 now. Trying to stay over that 300 mark. The magic mark in baseball for hitters. 315 puts Pedroia 10th in the league in hitting coming into today's game. Lowell and Ortiz also in the top 10. There's been a couple of high sliders that Red Sox hitters have missed. And if he keeps throwing those high sliders, at some point he's going to pay for it. Breaking ball that stays about letter high.
Gaudin has walked 90 batters, second most in the American League. In the air to right field. Jack Cust coming in. Makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And Manny Ramirez in his return to the Red Sox. 24 games in between. And in that first at bat, able to take it the opposite way. So 1 for 1 in his return. Came around to score the Red Sox only run. Now 5 for 10 in his career against Chad Gaudin. 2 outs, Hinske at first base. A pop-up. There's shallow right. Ellis back. They make the catch. It ends the inning. Hinske gets left at first base. The error not costly. We played 2, tied at 1.
You need a little. I'm good. Okay. Maybe touch a deal. Yeah, okay.
There's a better place to play. Foxwoods Resort Casino, home of the only poker room in New England. Check out the action at foxwoods.com.
How to compete with the big dog and daddy.
Check out the 2008 Ford Super Duty during Ford Truck Month.
This truck is the big dog daddy.
With the most payload and the most towing in its class, nothing can outperform the big Ford Super Duty. Plus, it's a leader in total quality.
Heck, this is nicer than my tour bus.
Now get up to $5,000 cash back on Ford Super Duty, only during Truck Month at your local Ford dealer.
It's time to run with the big dog.
Here's a smart way to handle the other green monster. Sovereign Business Owner Banking. You can get free business checking, free business online banking. Your first order of checks free. And Sovereign's best personal checking too, all free. Which means nobody in the neighborhood hustles harder to be a small business bank than Sovereign.
Welcome to your first game. The bobbleheads are always available. NessonStore.com. Get yours today.
That's a good point, Don. Just don't, because the season's coming to an end, you can order those all year long at the Nesson store.
Christmas gifts. NessonStore.com. Curt Suzuki leading it off, and a one-hopper on the backhand. Hinske's got it. Schilling's there for the out.
Eric Hinske making a nice play at first base as he dives to his right. I think he wasn't quite sure which way that ball was going to bounce, so for safety reasons, he went down to one knee, made the play, and then did a nice job leading Schilling to that first base bag.
So 1 down, Shannon Stewart grounded out to shortstop first time up.
I noticed a lot of the kids tell me that the bobble desks, when they're playing video games, Xbox and all that stuff, they put it right there on top of the video games. It's very popular with the kids as well as adults.
Boston Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by Honda and by Dunkin' Donuts. From second comes Pedroia. And there's 2 away.
3 strikeouts so far in the game for Curt. Schilling in the first inning, he gets cussed on a curveball for his first strikeout of the night. And then back-to-back fastballs. One to Scudero as he paints the outside corner, and Hanahan, that fastball tailing away from him. So 3 so far in the ball game for Schilling.
There's Derek Barton, who went deep off Curt Schilling in the first inning. His 3rd home run in an Oakland Athletics uniform, and at the time put the A's on top 1-0. It's a 1-1 foul, and it's 1-2 to Derek Barton. I like your mustache. From Alaska.
Looks like I got bad plugs too. Like the plugs never grew in. Where they're from? Alaska?
Alaska. You see Curt Schilling was born in Alaska into center field. Derek Barton is 2 for 2 against Curt Schilling. This time less damaging, a 2-out single.
You know, we talked about Ramirez coming off the DL and missing not the DL, but missing so many games. And as I mentioned, you know, fastballs are generally okay when you come back, but off-speed pitches are not. And there's a fastball to Ramirez. He goes the opposite field. Beautiful swing. But the next time up, he gets the breaking ball, the slider, and the off-balance swing. And the reason for that is, you know, when you're taking batting practice, all you see is fastballs. You don't see curveballs and changeups in batting practice. You don't want to see those. So when you have a long layoff like he has, and most players, it is the off-speed pitches that give you the most problem. That was a good example.
Pedroia against the grain, able to get Nick Swisher to end the inning. We played 2.5, tied at 1.
Thanks, folks. I gotta get going. Cindy, keep my plane ready a little later. We're not finished yet. Cindy, I got stuck on a client call. Cindy, something else just came up. Oh, yeah. Hey, Cindy.
Your plane is ready.
Thanks, Cindy. You're the best.
With so many convenient nonstop flights, you'll feel like you have your own company plane. You can count on Southwest Airlines to get you there on time with friendly customer service.
You are now free to move about the country.
It's finally here, the Chrysler Model Year-End Clearance. With no interest for 6 years on Chrysler Aspen and Town & Country. With more miles per gallon and more style per gallon. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on Sebring sedan for just $189 a month. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty, and that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Chrysler Model Year-End Clearance ends soon.
To provide comfort as well as confidence, tenderness as well as technology, compassion as well as care, to teach as well as touch, to feel safe as well as sound, to hear laughter as well as heartbeats. Maine Medical Center, centered around you.
From this day forward, buying a living room will never be the same. Bob's Discount Furniture gives birth to a new age in living room.
Before now, a chair and a half.
It's a single sleeper with a TV headrest.
Only $4.99.
Bigger?
Full size.
Still only $4.99.
And queen size.
Yup, only $4.99.
3 sizes in 3 colors. Your choice, only $4.99.
More proof. I can't be beat. I won't be beat. No way, no how.
Last half of the 3rd inning, David Ortiz leading it off and taking ball 1 inside. Big Papi walked in the 1st inning. pitch inside foul above the Red Sox dugout. It's 1-1. Ortiz, Lowell, and Drew expected here in the home half of the third inning. Strike on the outside corner. Ortiz disagreeing. 1-2. With 221 career home runs as a DH. It's fourth most all time. Lord Baines third with 235. Next up, Suzuki wanted him to check. He does not check. And it's ball 2, 2-2. To right field, struck well as Jack Cust heads back onto the track to make the running grab.
Well, with Ortiz at the plate, Jack Cust was playing very, very deep out there in right field, and when this ball left the bat, it looked like it had enough to be at least a double for David Ortiz, but Cust is so deep that he only has to go back maybe about 15 feet to make the catch on the warning track right in front of the wall for the first out of the inning. Now with Lowell up, he'll move in a few steps.
And Mike Lowell takes strike one. He doubled to drive in the Red Sox run in the first inning. Scoring Manny Ramirez from second base, tying the game 1-1. On the ground, softly left side. Hanahan. 2 down. Let's check back in with Tina.
J.D. Drew has had a streaky season, but in his last 24 games, he's batting .349 with 10 home runs. Earlier today, I asked manager Terry Francona what he sees in Drew and what's been the biggest difference for him at the plate.
A little more aggressive at the plate, trying to get a fastball and not get as deep in the count without swinging. When he does get a pitch, he's been putting the good part of the bat on it. For the most part, he stayed left center. So when he does get a pitch he can pull, he can hit it with authority.
And as a streaky hitter, if this is when he's going to get hot, this is the best time of the season for J.D. Drew to get hot at the plate.
No doubt about that, as it has been a struggle for the most part this season, but a great time for him to be getting hot at the time. And Jerry, I know you pointed out a lot that a lot lately he's been going the opposite way.
Well, on balls that are away from him, instead of trying to hook them as he was doing earlier in the season, yes, he has taken him to the opposite field, and the ball's inside, he has been able to pull. There's a good example right here.
Off the scoreboard, Nick Swisher plays the carom to throw to second base. Not going to be in time. The second standing is Drew with a 2-out double.
That's perfect right there for a left-handed hitter here at Fenway Park. This ball is middle away. And instead of trying to roll over and pull that ball, J.D. Drew knows he has the power to reach that wall in left field. And never mind here, just here at Fenway, in any ballpark. That, to me, is the biggest difference over this last month with J.D. Drew than earlier in the season. He's realized that, there are a lot of base hits the other way.
He's had 33 of them the other way. And has a double here with 2 down. Speaking of 33, here's Jason Varitek, who walked in the first. Chopped right side. Ellis on the high hopper from short center. The throw in time. Red Sox gone in the third. We played 3, tied at 1.
It's finally here, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance. The perfect time to grab life in the Dodge vehicle you've always wanted. From the all-new Avenger to Caliber with 32 highway miles per gallon. Get some of our best offers of the year on our most fuel-efficient lineup ever. Right now, get $3,500 cash allowance on Dodge Charger RT. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance ends soon.
Summer in Maine means country fairs and harness racing throughout the state. Rides, rides, and more rides for the young at heart. Great food and family fun. Maine's fair season is your best value for the whole family. What are you waiting for? There's a country fair going on right now. Fair fun and live harness racing all week at the Cumberland Fair, featuring Maine's finest 2- and 3-year-olds. harness racing. It's fun to the finish.
If you want it, here it is, come and get it. Make your mind up fast. If you want it.
The clock is ticking at the Chevy Time to Buy sale. For a few short days, get great deals on most Chevys. Hurry, time is running out.
Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all 2007 Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cabs. Shop and compare at maindrivechevy.com.
Only hours remain to save more than ever before at Maine's top Honda store, Darling's in Bangor.
Customer appreciation celebration means you pay less.
And that's always. So now's the time for better fuel economy instantly in the final days of this September to remember.
It's extra value in every deal.
But only for a few days more in Bangor, where we welcome all credit scores.
You'll do better at Darling's.
Triple winner has raised more than $43 million for the Jimmy Fund thanks to the support of Stop & Shop's customers, suppliers, and the Boston Red Sox. Stop & Shop, the official supermarket of the Boston Red Sox.
Skowhegan, Maine.
Another vote. Well, thank you very much. And they all add up. I guess there's this big debate coming on Thursday, which will be shown on Nesson on Friday, I guess, after our post-game show. 10 candidates, 10 remaining candidates debating. Tim Russell, of course, is going to be the, what do they call it, moderator, along with Tina Savasio.
Have you decided whether or not you're going to appear as one of the 10 remaining?
I guess it looks bad if you don't. You know, I don't know what to do. I'm not a debater. I mean, I barely graduated high school, and I'm in with all these very bright and brilliant people who have been involved in many, many debates, and I do worry about my temper in a debate a little bit. As you know, Don, you've been working with me for quite a few years now. It's hard for me to even put a sentence together, and to imagine to be on that platform in a debate, I don't think I do very well. So the question is, do you skip it and hope to ride on, the lead that you might have, or will that hurt? I don't know, but I could make a total fool out of myself with all these brilliant people that I've got to debate.
Especially if you snap on somebody.
And that could happen.
The authorities pull you away, security, that could be ugly, especially when it's on TV. You don't want to have a meltdown in front of everybody. That'd be very bad.
Like Howard Bean.
Right.
Something like that. Cost him.
We're going to Cleveland. We're going to Anaheim.
I don't do, like I said, I mean, if you talk to any of my high school teachers, I'm not very smart at all.
You're selling yourself very short.
No, I'm not. I'm a dope.
Line to right. Jack Cust has got himself a leadoff single to begin things here in the fourth.
Fastball from Schilling, down and in. Actually, that's where they wanted that pitch. He got it there, but Cust does a nice job cleaning it out for the base hit. Quite a pickup, hasn't he, for the Oakland Athletics? They got a lot more of him, I think, than they even thought they were going to get.
A lot of home runs in the minor leagues, now doing it in the major leagues. To the tune of 26 home runs for the A's. Mark Ellis, the batter, lined out hard to third baseman Mike Lowell in the second inning. RBIs in the last 16 games for Mark Ellis. Ball 2-0. Home runs on the season for Mark Ellis. An Athletics record for second baseman, ranked second among American League second basemen in home runs. Kinsler, who has 20. Which is a strike in the count, 2-1. Jack Cust, a leadoff single at first base. strike him. The count 2-2. Curt Schilling's last victory coming back on the 24th of August at Chicago against the White Sox. His last 3 decisions have been losses at New York, home against Tampa Bay, home against New York. There's strike 3 to Mark Ellis. 4th strikeout for Curt Schilling. Let's check in with Tom Kara, TC.
All right, Don, thanks. New York Yankees hoping to clinch it postseason berth, and A-Rod doing his part here. A grand slam in the 3rd inning off Jason Hamill and a 5-0 lead. Roger Clemens scratched from the start. The Yankees now saying he is shut down for the rest of the regular season. He will pitch in the postseason. Pats?
Okay, Tom, thank you. Here it's tied 1-1 as we play in the top half of the 4th inning. And the race for the best record. Red Sox half game back of the Cleveland Indians. Pitch in there for a strike.
Look at that graphic one more time. Is anybody going to win 100 games in the American League? It doesn't look that way, does it?
No. Now, if the Red Sox were tied with either the Angels or Indians at the end of the season, they would win that by virtue of winning the season series against those teams.
This has become very complicated, all this stuff. It really is. This final week, and it's so tight among all the ball clubs that what I'm going to do is just wake up Monday morning and see where the Red Sox are playing and who.
I'll tell you this much. The AL is a lot easier than the NL right now.
A lot going on in the National League, huh?
Especially tonight, where everybody virtually is losing that matters. This one was popped up, foul off third base. Lowell headed over towards the Oakland dugout, went as far as he could and then into it.
Well, he's in that section there where there's no fence up in front of him, and he's trying to climb down the steps. He had his hand on somebody's back as he went down those steps.
Well, it's 0-2 now to Dan Johnson. He singled to center his first time up. Stays alive. First strikeout so far tonight for Curt Schilling. 2 have been looking to swinging. This last time out, the tie-breaking 3-run home run allowed to Derek Jeter in the 8th. Ruining what had been a very good outing for Curt Schilling up to that point. He ended up going 7 2/3 against the Yankees. Schilling's allowed just 2 runs over 16 innings in his first 2 starts against the A's this season, including that 1-hit complete game shutout back on June 7th. And his 7-inning effort May 1st here at Fenway against Oakland. Strike 3 call. 5 strikeouts for Curt Schilling. Back-to-back case here in the 4th.
Again, hitting his spots. You know, 4 of the 5 strikeouts for Schilling have come on the fastball. Fastball away, outside corner. Johnson takes it. So Curt hitting his spots with that fastball. Johnson upset with himself for not swinging at that pitch. Not the call for not swinging at it.
Marco Scudero struck out looking first time up. Jack Custer led off the inning with a single, still standing at first base with now 2 down. Pops it up, foul and out of play, 1-2.
The Red Sox are headed to the postseason, and Nesson has you covered every step of the way. Catch live, pre- and post-game coverage 1 hour before and immediately following every Red Sox playoff game. Plus, we'll have expanded coverage on Globe 10.0 and Sports Desk, and relive the greatest games from 2007. It's the second season. It's Soxtober on Nesson.
Strike 3 call. Schilling strikes out the side. 6 Ks in all. Tied at 1 after 3.5.
Hear about Fensky? No. Got hurt, missed work. Thought his major medical was enough. Poor guy. Didn't have Aflac.
What does Aflac do?
Let's say this is major medical, right? Well, see the hole? That's where Aflac comes in. Helps pay for groceries, rent, all kinds of bills. Major medical? Poor Fensky. He thought he had enough coverage.
Aflac. Ask about it at work. It's finally here. The Jeep model year-end clearance. With no interest for 6 years on rugged Commander. Or get a great deal on sporty Liberty. And luxurious Grand Cherokee. Now, well-qualified returning lessees get a low-mileage lease on Liberty Sport for just $219 a month. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Jeep model year-end clearance ends soon.
Mr. Francona, what do you look for in a player?
5 tools: speed, throwing, playing the field, hitting for average, and power.
I can hit for power. Wow, I hit over the Sullivan Tire sign.
You drove it out of the whole ballpark.
At Sullivan Tire, we're always here to get you there.
You always get me there, Paul.
We've come to the birthplace of gridlock with 2 cars and 1 goal. Get off the island first. The new 303 horsepower Lexus GS 350 with all-wheel drive. You can't lose.
Last half of the 4th inning, tied 1-1. Jacoby Ellsbury leading it off for the Red Sox. To Hopper at Ellis. And there's 1 away.
Sure, non-winning $5 and $10 Red Sox instant tickets from the Mass Lottery into cash with every Red Sox victory in the $1 Million Double Play. Learn how to play at masslottery.com and stay tuned to Nesson after every Red Sox victory to see if you're a winner. Please play responsibly.
Whalers jersey.
Is he a player or
no? Just has a Whalers t-shirt on.
Are they still in Hartford, the Whalers?
No. It's too bad, too. Went to the AHL for the Whale. Springfield for a while.
You worked everywhere.
Yeah. Murakinski reached on an error in the 2nd inning.
Getting back to that promo we read at the end of about Nesson's coverage of pre and post, I'm very proud and pleased that I'm going to be part of that pregame and postgame show. I was thrilled that they asked today to be part of that, and that's I'm really looking forward to it. So there's no other place to go before or after Red Sox playoff games than Nesson. We're going to have it covered
wall to wall.
Wall to wall. Now, Tina's going to be out there. It's going to be great.
I know how much you like breaking down the games afterwards too and kind of dissecting them.
That's the fun of it, second guessing.
Murakinski batting, count 3-1. You're gonna tell me about Gone Baby Gone last night. How did that go?
Oh,
I didn't get to go.
I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of that. See what happens here with Hensky, but I was lucky enough to get invited last night to a private screening of Gone Baby Gone, Ben Affleck, new movie that's come out. His brother Casey is the star in it. And about, I'd say somewhere between 40 and 50 people at this private screening with a nice reception after. And I'm going to tell you, this is a good movie. I'm not a real moviegoer.
Yep.
But I totally enjoyed this. There's a lot of twists and turns to the whole thing, and it'll rip your heart out at the end. I'm telling you, it's going to be a very, very good movie. It was a lot of fun to go last night. And Ben, of course, was there at the after party, I guess they call it, or they get to it. Very, very cordial, very nice. And I wish him well with the movie. I think it's going to do really well. It was 2 hours that I really enjoyed.
I understand there were some other NESN personalities there as well. Hazel May dropped in.
Yeah, I did see Hazel was at the after party. It was very small. It's not like the official first screening. It was for some media types here in Boston to get the first look at it. I'll tell you, it's got great Boston flavor to it. I mean, anybody from around here is going to love the shots. And, you know, the question some people have, well, how's it going to play across the country? Well, the story's going to play across the country is what's going to play. I mean, you're going to love it from Boston because I tell you, they got some characters in here. I mean, it is Boston. But the story itself is going to play any place because it's a great story. And as I said, it's going to rip your heart out.
I look forward to seeing that. Will fouls off the 1-1 pitch. Eric Hinske at first base with a walk. 3 walks now given up by Chad Gaudin. Bouncing in and gathered again by Suzuki. No advance for Hinske at first base.
First time we have seen Suzuki behind the plate. Of course, it was Jason Kendall earlier in the season. Does a very nice job of blocking that ball and keeping Hinske out of scoring position.
Foul tipped held onto by Suzuki. 3rd strikeout for Gaudin.
Tonight, after our Red Sox coverage at Sports Desk with Hazel May, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bath Centers, here are the details of number 8's official return to the Bruins. We'll have a one-on-one conversation with Cam Neely. Plus, the Patriots hot start has them on a record-setting pace. It's all on Sports Desk tonight after our Sox coverage. And I see Cam back in the Bruins organization.
Hopefully he turns some things around. In his vice president role now with the Boston Bruins. There, 2 down. Eric Hinske at first base. Dustin Pedroia is 0 for 2. He's fly to right twice. Gaudin coming in with a record of 11 and 12, 4.52 earned run average. To right again. Jack Cust there again. 3 times Pedroia sent it out to him in right field. 3 times he's made the catch. Done with 4, tied at 1.
New Diet Pepsi Max with ginseng and more caffeine.
Presenting the 263 horsepower Lincoln MKZ, rated highest in initial quality according to J.D. Power and Associates. Now joined by the fastest selling luxury crossover, the Lincoln MKX, with its award-winning safety and panoramic Vista roof. Reach higher and you're destined to reach the top. Now drive the innovative Lincoln MKX for $399 a month, or the Lincoln MKZ for $339 a month.
You have too much kick. Learn to control it. Again. Still too much kick. Little kick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
ready.
The new spicy chicken crisp, just the right amount of kick. $1 on the BK value menu.
You want more?
You got it.
Your choice, only $3.99.
Captain's bed with bookcase headboard and underbed storage.
Solid pine bunk beds with underbed storage.
A sofa by day sleeps 3 at night with underbed storage.
Not 1, but 2 beds. What a space saver with underbed storage.
4 choices, 1 low price, only $3.99.
The LoJack Caught Stealing Sweepstakes is back again for another season. Visit LoJack.com/caught stealing for details to enter to win. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
Jack Hanahan, after the first pitch, pops it up left side. Julio Lugo makes the catch for the first out of the 5th inning.
Now, Curt Schilling with 5 strikeouts on the night. Actually make that 6 strikeouts on the night, but 4 of them looking with the fastball, and you can tell location is on. He's painting the corners. Outside corner where Veritek wants it. Outside corner again. So the fastball, which is ranged from 87 to 91, it's hitting its spots.
Pitching line brought to you by Nissan. 68 pitches deep is Schilling. 4 1/3, just the 1 run that came in the first, the home run by Derek Barton. Hasn't walked anybody, and 6 strikeouts for Curt Schilling. Kurt Suzuki taking strike 1. Suzuki grounded out to first base first time up. Started 51 of the last 64 games since Jason Kendall was traded away. Off the glove is Schilling, out to Lugo, tried to bare hand, can't grab it. And reaching at first base is Suzuki on a base hit.
Now the natural reaction for the pitcher is to get the baseball, but if Schilling lets it go, Lugo probably gets it heading up the middle. Lugo had to change directions once it was deflected. The only opportunity he had was to bare-hand it. And of course it bounces right out of his hand, but if Curt lets that go, that's a play Lugo can probably make heading up the middle, but it's just a normal reaction for a pitcher, try to get everything back to you.
So 1 out, 1 on. Back up to the top of the order for Shannon Stewart. Stewart 0 for 2. He's grounded out to shortstop, popped out to second base. Two and 0. Shannon Stewart hitting at .333 in September after hitting at just .210 in August. He's held to just 8 RBIs in August. Otherwise, he's at 300 or better in 3 other months on the year. Pitch in there for strike 2 and 1. Derek Barton, who has supplied the Oakland run tonight, waits on deck. He homered in the first. On the ground this time, Lowell to his left. To second for 1, on to first. They turn the double play. 5-4-3. Halfway through this one, tied at 1.
Just can't wait.
You can't wait any longer.
Just can't wait.
Toyota clearance deals go fast.
Just can't wait.
Wait now and you'll miss out. Hurry, you can save on the last of the 07 Camrys with their biggest cashback offer ever, $750. Camry, Motor Trend's 2007 Car of the Year. Or come in and get your best last chance clearance deal on an 07 RAV4. Toyota's last chance clearance ends October 1st. Your chance to save is now. You just can't wait.
The wait is over. Olympia Sports' biggest footwear sale of the year is happening right now. Buy 1 pair of brand name athletic footwear, get a second pair of equal or lesser value for only half price. This sale ends soon, so get it at Olympia Sports today.
We went around swapping people's vehicles for 1 week.
We didn't tell them we were from Ford. We told them it was market research.
I'm here today to swap out my Chevy Silverado for a Ford F-150. Seems like it's got the power and the torque to pull what I need to pull. The actual comfort of the ride itself was really impressive. I started getting into this vehicle more than my own truck.
Get an F-150 with up to $5,000 in total rebates or get 0% financing plus $1,000 swap bonus cash. Visit your Ford dealer or go to newenglandford.com.
We worked on Sam Adams Light for over 2 years. The whole brewing staff was dedicated.
Sam Adams Light doesn't look, smell, or taste like other light beers.
To win in Germany is a pretty good accomplishment. I'm proud that I was involved in it.
From the people on the green monster comes W.B. Mason's What a Bargain Super Clearance Center. You will save up to 75% on hundreds and hundreds of new and used office furniture and equipment. Located in Boston at 647 Summer Street across from the Boston Athletic Club. There's plenty of free parking. Who but W.B. Mason's What a Bargain store.
Last half of the fifth inning, and perhaps the last at bat we'll see from Manny Ramirez tonight, as it is his third at bat. And a 1-1 game, last of the fifth. Singled in the first, popped out to second base in the second. As Terry Francona tries to ease him back into the Red Sox lineup. 1-0-2.
I spoke with him down in Tampa Bay probably on, I might say, Saturday night prior to the game. And I said, Manny, how you feeling? He said, much better. I said, when do you think you're going to play? He said, Tuesday. Well, here it is Tuesday. Here he is. And here he is. Red Sox turn over the double play. A splitter from Schilling. The quick release by both Lowell and Pedroia. Suzuki coming in hard there, but never really could quite get to Pedroia in time. And a double play to get out of the inning.
Outside 2-2 now to Manning. First time Manning has ever batted second in his career, and doing so tonight.
You know, we speak all the time about the Red Sox finishing first. I wonder what the Yankees' feeling is, too. I mean, Joe Torre's got the same thing as the Red Sox have. I mean, you want to go into the playoffs with your pitching lined up, right?
Right. Correct.
I mean, let's say they're a game behind, 2 games behind, and they have to throw Chin-Ming Wang. They wouldn't do that. They'd save him for the playoffs. So he's dealing with the same type of thing.
Complexion has changed with the wild card. There's so many pluses in the wild card. So many cities that are still involved down the stretch run in the National League, especially.
You've got this obsession with the National League. I have no interest in the National League until it gets to the World Series.
But you see my point. My point is about the wild card, not about the National League.
Is that because you're going to be doing a game in the National League?
Nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the wild card. How many cities are still involved? Ball 4, Ramirez aboard for the second time tonight. Leadoff walk here in the fifth.
Probably going to see a pinch runner. It looks like Brendan Moss.
The evening for Manny Ramirez.
So that's a good start for Manny. 1 for 2, drew a walk. You can see he was off balance on the slider. Defensively for him, and we'll head back up to the clubhouse, and we'll see you tomorrow night, Manny. Actually, tomorrow evening, we got a 5 o'clock start here at Fenway tomorrow, which is a very unusual start time midweek.
time did the old 20-night doubleheader start? If you remember.
Some were 4, some were 5.
Feeling out to Ortiz. Roll waits on deck. Red Sox tied up 1-1 with the Oakland Athletics tonight as they bat in the 5th. A strike, and then it's 2-1. Gaudin has now walked 4 batters. None of them have led to runs. Ground foul outside of first. 2-2.
Don't miss the season finale of Sox Appeal tomorrow night following Red Sox post-game coverage with special back-to-back episodes. Leading off in the Best of Sox Appeal are the funniest moments of the series, followed by outtakes and mishaps in the casting special. It's a Sox Appeal season finale event tomorrow night after post-game coverage.
Full count to Big Papi with Brandon Moss at first base, nobody out. There goes Moss in the 3-2, and it's ball 4 to Big Papi. Back-to-back walks allowed by Gaudin.
Well, Gaudin, as we mentioned, has had trouble with the base on ball, especially the second half of the season. So maybe now, after back-to-back walks with nobody out, the Red Sox can make him pay for that. They're into the phone to the bullpen, and I'll tell you what, they got a ton of guys down in that bullpen.
Brad Fisher on the other side, the bullpen coach.
They, from now till the end of the game, could go left, right, left, right, left, right.
Looks like Lenny DiNardo will be first up. Had a chance to talk to him before the ball game. A good season at times for DiNardo, but as he said, September's been a rough one for him, and he's back in the pen after starting a bunch this year. He's enjoyed his experience out in Oakland, a chance for him to pitch on a regular basis for the A's and at the major league level this season. League leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports. RBIs in home games. That goal is 64 of them on the year. A-Rod on top with 88. Magglio Ordonez from Comerica Park with 70. Goal with the second highest batting average at home. Takes the strike and the count evens at 2-2. Look back at Jerry Meals.
Slider was supposed to be away, but it stays inside corner, and you can see a nice job of framing that by Suzuki.
Full count after back-to-back walks from Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz. And Suzuki out to show some signs.
That's probably if they go and it's a strikeout, they may throw to second base to try to get Ortiz.
Ball 4, 3 straight walks allowed by Chad Gaudin. 6 walks in the game. And a bases loaded, nobody out situation for the Red Sox. And Suzuki headed to the mound. Curt Young, the pitching coach, also will join them.
Covidien, one of the world's largest providers of medical devices, supplies, imaging products, and pharmaceuticals, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox on NESN.
Very well, we have a moment. I want to send along happy birthday wishes to Lil Doyle, 89th birthday. She lives in Agawam, Massachusetts, lifelong Red Sox fan. And her daughter Annette. And also get well soon to Lisa Rowe. Hope you're feeling better, from Chelmsford, Massachusetts. And Chad Gaudin is not feeling well right now after walking 3 straight hitters. Third time this season he has walked 6 in a game. That's a season high. Moss at third, Ortiz at second, Lowell at first. Nobody out in the 5th. Drew has struck out swinging and doubled. Ball 1. Ball 2. "21 pitches in the inning, only 7 for strikes." Ball 3, not close.
It's amazing. I mean, this guy was pitching a decent game for 4 innings, only allowing, 3 hits to the Red Sox, and now can't find home plate.
Drew taken all the way, and it's ball 4 to bring in a run. And again, not close. Red Sox take the lead.
I mean, we see it happen, but it's hard to believe at the major league level you can see a pitcher walk 4 straight batters.
And he won't have the chance to walk anymore as Bob Guerin makes his way out to make the pitching change. J.D. Drew on the bases loaded walk picks up his 58th RBI. Puts the Red Sox on top 2-1. A bases loaded, nobody out situation for Jason Varitek as Lenny DiNardo makes his way in. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by your New England Ford dealer. If you've driven a Ford lately, visit your New England Ford dealer and swap your ride today. It's 2-1 Boston.
Start your weekend early with Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
The sooner we get you into the ballpark,
the sooner we get you into the game.
Every home game Friday, Nesson delivers game day experience that is Friday night at Fenway Park.
So start your weekend early.
At 5:30, it's the new prime time.
Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
The rookie on the hill tonight.
Play Buckles, second major league start. A beautiful job of mixing up all his pitches. Diving is Pedroia, gets up and throws him out. What a play by Pedroia. Wow. He struck him out. Clay Buchholz has thrown a no-hitter in Boston tonight, and it sends Fenway into a frenzy. I'll tell you what, Don, this is one of the best stories I've ever seen.
Tomorrow at HD, it's Sox A's. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 on Nesson.
To Char, the drive, score!
The Bruins are the hub of hockey. The Bruins are on Nesson.
Don't cast your presidential vote until you've heard what the candidates have to say. Friday night after our Red Sox coverage, it's a Nesson special presentation. Red Sox Nation, the presidential debate presented by Sovereign Bank. Moderated by NBC's Tim Russin and Nesson's own Tina Savasio. You'll see and hear the finalists as they make their final pitch before Election Day. Join us Friday night, immediately following Red Sox postgame coverage right here on Nesson.
Well, he has cast his vote. Chad Gaudin is done after walking 4 straight batters here in the 5th, 7 total. Red Sox have the lead. The new pitcher is Lenny DiNardo.
Tough spot to come in for Donato. Bases loaded, nobody out. You see the numbers for Donato. He's made 20 starts. He is 8-9 on the season. Opponent's hitting .276.
Jason Varitek walked in the first inning, grounded out to second base in the 3rd. J.D. J.D. Drew walking with the bases loaded. It's the 24th time the Red Sox have walked in a run, the most in the major leagues. Which they have the most walks. And J.D. Drew picks up RBI number 58 of the season. A strike in, it's 1-1. Foul. Ortiz at third, Lowell at second, Drew at first. Veritek strikes out. A big strikeout there for Lenny Donato. First out of the inning.
Sure was. Donato challenging Veritek with the fastball on the inside part of the plate. Little cut fastball. You see the rotation on the baseball. Donato certainly not known as a strikeout pitcher. 55 now in 124 in the third inning, but a big one there.
Kobe Ellsbury 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. Once to first, once to second. A strike and it's 1-1. To right field for Ellsbury. Cost makes the catch as Ortiz tags and heads for the plate. Throw goes to second and the Red Sox take a 3-1 lead. Tagging and moving from second to third was Mike Lowell as Ellsbury on the sacrifice fly puts the Red Sox on top by 2.
Well, Ellsbury gets to something inside from Donato, and in lefty against lefty, that's what you hope to do, get a pitch middle in. Ball is supposed to be away, but you see it stays inside and out over the plate, and it's able to be deep enough for Ellsbury to get that run home. Actually, I thought Gus was going to make a throw home, but he never had any intention of doing so.
Well, Kevin Youkilis is going to pinch hit. Missed the last 7 games due to the bruised right wrist. Went by a pitch back on September 15th against the Yankees right here at Fenway. So the Red Sox tonight getting Manny Ramirez back, now Kevin Youkilis. Take strike 1 from Donato. Inside, a ball and a strike to Youkilis. Comes up here in a first and third situation. Lowell at third, Drew at first. 2 runs in, 2 down. Two and 1. goes Mark Ellis, the second baseman, to make the catch. It ends the inning. Red Sox grab a pair. We played 5. 3-1 Boston.
Never before has America seen something like this from a car manufacturer. Dodge introduces the Lifetime Powertrain Limited Warranty. Never before has any other car manufacturer, foreign or domestic, possessed the confidence to do this. And Dodge has done it. It means no more repair bills for covered parts for as long as you own your Dodge vehicle. It means a lifetime of peace of mind. It's a first, and it's only from Dodge. Dodge. Grab life.
When you're on the go, you need the convenience, quality, and pricing that you'll always find at Extramart. Convenience. Everything you need is priced right and ready to go. Quality. Extramart has their own Extra Cafe gourmet coffee, delicious Deli Joe sandwiches, and Extra Fuels gasoline. All this month at Extramart, Nestle Pure Life Spring Waters, specially priced at just $3.99 per case. Nestle Pure Life, satisfying your healthy thirst for life. In every corner of New England, Extramart is just around your corner.
The more business you do with your bank, the more you deserve a little VIP treatment, right? With Premier Checking from Sovereign Bank, you'll get special preferred higher rates on CDs and money market savings accounts, plus lower rates on home equity loans. And you can use any bank's ATMs at no charge. Premier Checking from Sovereign Bank.
We put more into it so you can get more out of it.
You need a little... I'm good. Okay. Maybe touch a deal. Yeah, okay.
There's a better place to play. Foxwoods Resort Casino, home of the only poker room in New England. Check out the action at foxwoods.com.
Brandon Moss in left field now as he pinch ran for Manny Ramirez. Kevin Youkilis stays in the game at first base. And it's on to the 6th inning, a 23-minute wait for Curt Schilling, while the Red Sox are getting 2 runs without getting a hit. As Chad Gaudin walked 4, and the Red Sox picked up 2 runs. Derek Barton has supplied the only Oakland run. He homered in the first, but this time skies to left. Moss just into the game, makes the catch.
Brighten up any rainy day by getting the Rainbows Over Fenway umbrella now at the Boston Globe store. It makes a great gift. Order now by calling 888-665-2667 or visit the Boston Globe store online.
One down for Nick Swisher. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out to first, grounded out to second. This player profile is brought to you by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. Road numbers: 15 homers away from McAfee Coliseum, 8 at home. And the average better. Lands the pitch in the dirt.
Well, Sovereign Bank, they're huge. They are the sponsor for that presidential debate coming up.
They have some very good commercials, I've noticed.
They really do. I think some of the best on TV.
I don't know what it is. Miss. It's 1 and 2. Schilling with 6 strikeouts. Nick Swisher is going to be a member of the A's for a long time. Due to terms on a 5-year contract through the 2011 season with a club option for 2012. Back on May 11th. Reaction, will jump back out of the way, and it's 2 and 2.
Veritek wanted the ball up, that ball up and in on Swisher, and just gets the shoulder out of the way.
Thrown by Veritek, ball 3, full count.
Didn't miss the outside corner by very much for almost another caught looking.
That's a call that Curt Schilling's been getting tonight. He's had 4 called strike threes, including 3 in a row in the 4th. Now Swisher straightens it out to straightaway center field. Ellsbury back at the wall. He leaps and can't get it. Ricochet. Moss will pick it up, and Swisher pulls it up around second base and dives back to the bag. So Schilling does not get strike 3, and Swisher gets another chance and sends it off the center field fence.
Nice effort by Ellsbury, but he didn't get much on the jump, and it gets right over the glove. Good job by Moss and Drew back there to back this play up, and of course that'll leave Swisher at second base with the double. That was a splitter from Schilling that stayed up in the zone, and Swisher off that center field wall.
Swisher in scoring position at second base with 1 down. Jack Cust, the batter. A strikeout victim in the 1st, swinging. A single to right in the 4th. And until Carmen starts to warm up in the Red Sox pen. Mentioned Schilling had a 23-minute wait as the Red Sox gathered 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Jack Cust has hit 15 of his 26 home runs with runners on base. 1 grand slam, 5 3-run home runs, and 9 2-run home runs. 11 home runs have come with 2 strikes. Runs it towards the first baseman Youkilis, guarding the lines, got it for the out. On to third goes Swisher, 2 down.
Now 2 announcements from Red Dog Nation members, Don, as we get into this last week. For those who have won tickets for this week, your name is posted on the Run Report right now for the free tickets. And also, if you're not a member, you can still become a member through the month of September, and you have a chance to win 2 free tickets right throughout the playoffs. If they go to the 7th game of the World Series, we're going to have free ticket giveaways, 2 for each game. So you still have time to sign up to become a member, and who knows, you might have a chance to come to a playoff game, a World Series game for free.
That's pretty good. Mark Ellis 0 for 2. He's lined out to third base and struck out looking. It up. Pedroia. The double wasted in the inning. Schilling pointing towards home plate umpire. His night may be over. 3-1 Red Sox.
We're not going to make it.
Can you get us to the airport in 15 minutes? Cheaper than a change fee if we miss our flight.
As with all airlines, it may cost more to rebook your flight, but on Southwest, we never charge an additional fee.
You are now free to move about the country.
Introducing Friendly's new Black Angus burgers, made with 100% USDA choice Black Angus beef. Dig into our juicy honey barbecue burger, topped with melted cheddar, sizzling bacon, and our honey barbecue sauce. Or savor our triple cheese bacon burger with its melted blend of gourmet cheeses and smoked bacon. And right now, get a free sundae with any featured Black Angus burger. There's only one place where perfect ice cream meets the perfect burger. Friendly's, sweeten your day.
It's finally here, the Jeep model year-end clearance, with no interest for 6 years on rugged Commander. Or get a great deal on sporty Liberty and luxurious Grand Cherokee. Now, well-qualified returning lessees get a low-mileage lease on Liberty Sport for just $219 a month. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Jeep model year-end clearance ends soon.
There's something you should know about the Harvard Pilgrim card. This card gives you choices. Choices of who cares for you. Choices of opinions. And choices of locations. Not our locations, your locations. And not our doctors, but your doctors. Because you want to see your doctor, not your health plans.
Last down for the 6th. Lugo running out of the box. Fouls it off himself, still in the box. There's Curt Schilling wrapping it up. 86 pitches through 6. And a 3-1 lead. Acknowledging the umpire's efforts, as he always does when he's done. He did that on the way off to Jerry Meals.
And it gives you a good idea how the Red Sox are playing this last week and trying to win, but yet Schilling with not the high pitch count at all.
In center field, Lugo, after striking out twice, got himself a single. Wide turn and go back to the bag. It's checked back in with Tina.
It's great to see Kevin Youkilis back out there playing. He said today in the clubhouse before the game that his wrist feels so much better, and it's all due to a cortisone shot that he received on Friday.
It's a little night and day from after I got a cortisone shot in there. It's helped out a lot with the inflammation. I couldn't even swing and hit off the tee, and now I can actually hit BP. So it's been good, and just real excited just to go out there and test the waters and go out there and play.
Yesterday, Kevin came to Fenway Park to take a little extra batting practice. At first, it was a little slow, but then as his wrist and his arm warmed up, he got into the swing of things, and he got the okay to be available today. And look at that, he's called right into action.
Okay, Tina, thank you very much. Yes, in his first at bat tonight, a pinch hit roll. As Kevin Youkilis, last inning, popped out. The inflammation there for a while made it tough for them to figure out how serious the damage was. They were waiting for a lot of the swelling to go down for days as it stayed up. A swing and a miss for Pedroia.
I felt better after they got that MRI. That's the ultimate test to show if there's any kind of crack in there. You're always concerned about that. And you take those initial x-rays, and of course sometimes it's hard to tell. The real test is when they get that MRI. Well, that came back negative. That was a good sign for Kevin Youkilis.
Chopped to third. Hanahan to second for 1 and into the air, and Mark Ellis not much of a chance to get Pedroia at first base. Do get the lead runner in Lugo. 5-4 in the force out there for the first out of the inning.
Well, because Hanahan had to go to his right and Lugo has very good speed, it made Ellis have to leave his feet. And of course, once you leave your feet, it's very difficult to get anything on the throw. See Lugo coming in with his speed to second base, and he knows you can read that, you can feel that when the runner's that close to you. And he knew he had to jump to get out of the way, and of course once you do that, it's impossible to make a good strong throw to first base.
Well, Curt Schilling had 6 strikeouts tonight. The Boston area Lexus dealers will make a donation of $100 for each strikeout to the Brain and Trauma Center, Children's Hospital Boston. So far this season, they've donated $32,800. Pinch hitter Bobby Kelty. That in the spot now, Brandon Moss. Justin Pedroia at first base. Down and in, and grabbed by Suzuki to his left. Kelty has struggled at the plate lately in the last 9 games. Kelty 4 for 23. It's been hampered by back soreness. Not been 100%. up and away, and it's 2-0. Inside, 3-0. We're here at Fenway Park in Boston. Don Orsillo, Jerry Remy, and Tina Savasio bringing you Boston Red Sox baseball in high definition. Dolby Digital, 5.1 surround sound on Nesson. Red Sox enjoying a 3-1 lead. The Yankees tonight on top 5-0 in the top half of the 6th. It's a strike and it's a full count. Bernardo battles back. There goes Pedroia at first. Kelty ground sharply to short. They're still going to be able to turn it. Hit in the perfect spot for them to be able to do that, even with Pedroia taken off at first base. We've played 6, 3-1 Boston.
All I hate.
They've got the sharpest pencil in town. Have they just sit around that showroom figuring deals and whittling that old pencil down? They know that if you buy once, you're gonna be back. So instead of buying one, you're buying two, and that's a fact. They've got the sharpest pencil in town.
So come on down, neighbor. The coffee pot's on.
It takes more than quality home furnishings to make a room look great. It takes an eye for design. Meet Allison Aramita, a professional interior designer and buyer for Dorsey Furniture. With over 20 years experience in the field, Allison seeks out the newest fashions and national design trends and puts them on display in over 30 beautifully decorated collections. So stop by and see what Allison and all of us here at Dorsey Furniture have on display for you. Professional designs with you in mind, only at Dorsey Furniture, Route 1A, Holden.
Only hours remain to save more than ever before at Maine's top Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep store, Darlings in Ellsworth.
Customer appreciation celebration means you pay less.
And that's always, now with a lifetime warranty.
It's extra value in every deal.
But this September to remember is only for a few days more, where GM's top brands are less than Chevy, and we welcome all credit scores.
You'll do better at Darlings.
Summer in Maine means country fairs and harness racing throughout the state. Rides, rides, and more rides for the young at heart. Great food and family fun. Maine's fair season is your best value for the whole family. What are you waiting for? There's a country fair going on right now. Fair fun and live harness racing all week at the Cumberland Fair, featuring Maine's finest 2- and 3-year-olds. Harness racing, it's fun to the finish.
You by Las Vegas Conventions. Aflac. And by Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network.
That's a new advertiser, isn't it? Las Vegas Conventions.
Yes.
You know what happens in Vegas, stays in Vegas.
Stays in Vegas. I've never been to Vegas. Our fan of the game is brought to you by Pepsi. It's getting ready for Halloween. Dan Johnson leading it off here against Manny Del Carmen. As the new left fielder for the Red Sox, Bobby Kelty stays in the game after pinch hitting. Del Carmen takes over.
He's been very busy recently, making his 42nd appearance. His last was on the 21st against Tampa Bay, inning and a third in that game. No runs. Had a couple of strikeouts. Del Carmen with 38 strikeouts in 41 innings. He's only allowed 28 hits, and opponents hitting 194.
Johnson singled in the second, struck out looking in the fourth.
That was a very nice outing tonight by Curt Schilling in his 6 innings of work. Great control with his fastball, finding the corners, a lot of caught looking for strikeouts. Had the good splitter, threw the curveball up there.
A 6-inning effort tonight for Schilling, just the 86 pitches. Only the 1 run, the home run by Derek Barton back in the first inning. No walks, 6 strikeouts. Struck out the side in the 4th inning. All 3rd called strikes. To right center field on the move is J.D. Drew and Ellsbury. And it's Ellsbury cutting in front to make the grab. One down in the 7th inning. Well, Curt Schilling in 22 innings now against the Oakland A's this season. 17 strikeouts, and in 22 innings giving up just 3 earned runs against the Oakland Athletics. Manny Del Carmen has the first out of the 7th inning. There's Marco Scutaro. Certainly glad to see Schilling gone. He struck out twice tonight against Curt. Both times called 3rd strikes.
Mentioned Scutaro going down twice against Curt Schilling, and both times on fastballs. Back in the 2nd inning, a fastball paints the outside corner for the strikeout. And in the 4th inning, same thing.
Well, this time out hanging around, swinging at that very first pitch from Manny Del Carmen, fouling it off.
You can use that, Don, when you use it, do that national broadcast, in the playoffs. The fact that when guys strike out 2 or 3 times in a row, they're going to swing at the first pitch the next time.
Okay.
They don't want to get the 2 strikes again. Drop that one up there.
Everything else that comes off the top of your head, I'm trying to write a lot of this stuff down.
I'll sit down with you. I'll have a little sit down with you, give you a couple of key points that you can jump the gun on your analysts.
Do we know this guy?
I think he was on Sox Appeal. He got a date with a camera.
Just missing, and it's 1-2. Hanahan waits on deck. The Oakland 3rd baseman with 1 out. Strike 3 call. Scutaro has struck out for the 3rd time tonight, all looking. And a few words for the home plate umpire Jerry Meals out of frustration.
Well, of all the 3, this one appears to be off the plate. We'll take another look on replay. The ones that Schilling threw him seem to have the corner. This one, I think Scutaro can't be real happy with Jerry Meals right now.
Coming into the game, Scutaro had not struck out, or actually had struck out just once in 14 games.
Yeah, he's only got 36 coming into the game on the season. He's punched out 3 times looking tonight.
1 strikeout in 64 at bats coming in, and 3 of them tonight. 2 down. Jack Hanahan has a strikeout and a pop out. 2 at bats tonight.
Don, you mentioned that a guy with the head sticking out of the scoreboard. That's a great Halloween costume when you think about it. You're dressed up as the left field wall. Yeah, the scoreboard. It's a great costume.
Well, he's on the phone.
Hey, you're on TV. Hey. You're on again right now. Yeah, right now you're on. Yeah.
Well, 3-3-0. Carmen got Johnson to fly out, Scutaro to strike out. Javier Lopez up in the Red Sox pen.
Okajima was supposed to see on Thursday. I guess he had a side session that went very well today, and Terry Francona said that we would probably see him in the ball game on Thursday. That, of course, against the Minnesota Twins.
Well, there's some encouraging signs too in that series. First night, not so much, but Eric Gaudin. And that'll be important. Certainly as the Red Sox move to the postseason. And what's left in the tank for Okajima? Two pretty big question marks. Hanneman walks with 2 outs. Just the first walk tonight for Oakland A's batters. Set it down to Tina.
Don, you're talking about Hideki Okajima. He had a great bullpen session today, according to pitching coach John Farrell. 40 pitches, and his pitches were crisp. He will absolutely be ready for Thursday, and the key is to get him 1 or 2 appearances by the end of the regular season so that they could see Okajima not only pitching with health, but also pitching effectively as he gets ready, of course, for the postseason.
Good, Tina. Well, certainly good signs, and we look forward to that on Thursday. The outing certainly very tough for him more recently, giving up 2 runs or more in 3 his last 7 outings after the terrific first half. This is Curt Suzuki batting with 2 outs and Jack Hanneman at first base. This is the first time the Red Sox have seen the A's since June 7th. And Curt Schilling worked that 8 2/3 hitless innings. Red Sox are 2-4 this season against the Oakland A's. Swing and a miss. Suzuki strikes out 2 Ks in the inning for Del Carmen. It's 3-1 Boston. Time now for Sports Desk Update with Hazel Mann.
Don, thank you. Hi, everybody. Hall of Famer Cam Neely is now vice president of the Boston Bruins. Neely will advise GM Peter Chiarelli on hockey operations, as well as counsel executive VP Charlie Jacobs on club issues. We'll hear from the Black and Gold's new VP tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bass Centers. That's immediately following post-game coverage. I'll see you then. Back to Fenway after this.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
Baseball is really a neighborhood game. The field at the local school, a sandlot, or even the backyard. And at Sovereign, the same is true for banking. Our roots are in the neighborhood and always will be. Which means even though Sovereign offers big banking resources, we never forget the value
of small town attention.
This Friday, it's the final weekend of the regular season, and the Minnesota Twins are in town in the 3. Get an extra 30 minutes of live action from Fenway Park. Join us at 5:30 for Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
It's a race for the most important political office in the nation, Red Sox Nation. Tune in to NESN for the Red Sox Nation presidential debate with special guest moderators Tim Russer and Tina Cervasio. Friday after Sox coverage, only on NESN.
Coming up after the game is W. Mason Extra Inning, Granite City Electric Extra Innings Extra with John Caron, Dennis Eckersley, and Tina Cervasio. You'll get the breakdown of Curt Schilling's performance tonight in the series opener, plus all the details on the Yankees Devil Rays game from St. Pete. It's all right after the game in high definition on NESN.
3-1 Red Sox on top as we head to the last half of the 7th inning. And DiNardo returning to the mound for Oakland. It's David Ortiz, Mike Lowell, and J.D. Drew expected in the inning. Ortiz has walked twice. And a fly to the warning track in right field. Ahead in the count, 2-0. Eric Gagne up in the Red Sox pen. And the outside corner for a strike, and it's 2-1. Ortiz not buying it. Well, Donato came into kind of an impossible situation in the 5th. Bases loaded, nobody out. Would give up one inherited runner, but since then has been very good. Got a big double play in the 6th inning. Fly ball left field down the line. Long run for Shannon Stewart. Able to make the catch in fair ground on the dirt for out number 1.
Hey, you're right. Donato's done a very nice job in this game. The key was the strikeout to Veritek with the bases loaded. Then the sacrifice fly, and since that time, Red Sox have only mustered one hit against him, and that was Julio Lugo.
Speaking of Lugos, Rudy Lugo warming up in the pen for Oakland. One down, Mike Lowell, the batter.
Strikeout I was talking about with the bases loaded. They already walked in 1 run, but Donato's first batter was Veritek. He struck him out, and the Red Sox only added 1 more in that inning. A game where they, an inning where they really could have broke the game open.
Lowell doubled in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd, walked in the 5th. To center, Nick Swisher, and there's 2 down.
Tomorrow afternoon at a special time, 4 o'clock on Red Dogs and Yawkey Way, Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame show with Tom Caron, Dennis Eckersley, and Tina Savasio. They'll preview John Lester's final start of the regular season, plus Red Sox Executive Vice President and General Manager Theo Epstein is our guest in the Face the Nation segment. It all begins tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock only on NESN.
Lester 4-0 heading into that outing, matched up against Joe Blanton at 14-10. There's a strike, 1-1 to J.D. Drew. That's with 2 outs, bases empty here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Up the middle and into center field, right to the wickets. Lenny Donardo, and it's the 2nd hit of the night for J.D. Drew, on for the 3rd time.
Nice night for Drew. The double, the walk with the bases loaded. Now the single off the left-hander right up the middle. Going back to the 3rd inning, the double going the other way on a pitch up and away. That'll find the left field wall. And now the topspin ground ball off Donato right through the wickets and into center field for the 2nd hit of the night.
Over the last 13 games, up to 372 for J.D. Drew. It's been a very good run and putting it together here late in the season, but not too late. As the Red Sox prepare for the postseason, this one squirts through Suzuki and back to the backstop. Drew up to second base.
I would think it'd be a pass ball, but we'll see how they rule it. Yeah, that's a ball that Suzuki's going to make a play on. Just tipped right off his glove. He gets by him, and Red Sox get a man in scoring position.
They will intentionally walk Jason Veritek, first base open. This will be the 8th walk of the night given up by Oakland pitching, the first of the intentional variety. So Veritek down to first base. It'll be a 2 outs, 2 on situation for Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury grounded out in the first inning, grounded out in the fourth inning, sacrifice fly in the fifth. That's with 2 outs, runners at first and second. Yeah, breaking ball for strike one.
That's a very good curveball there. That really kind of had Ellsbury buckling a little bit. Threw it directly at him, and it picked up the inside corner.
Line into left field, a base hit. Drew being waved around. He'll come around and score the 4th Boston run of the night.
Now, what has impressed me about Ellsbury is, many things, obviously, but the way he handles left-handed pitching. I mean, not much give in his swing. He took a nasty curveball on the first pitch, then he comes back and shoots the line drive to left field for the base hit. There's the curveball to start him off. You can see the knees buckle on that one, but on the very next pitch, stays right on it. Line shot to the opposite field.
The pitching change in the bottom of the 7th with the Red Sox on top now 4-1.
The Red Sox in October. It's 1 part faith.
Big Poppy with a grand slam.
The other part fight.
He struck him out.
And there's only one network that delivers it all. Nesson. Get continuing pre- and post-game coverage throughout the postseason from the network with the best Sox access in baseball. Turn to the network you turn to all season long. It's the second season. It's Soxtober on Nesson. One nation, one network. Wednesday on Sox Appeal. It's a 1-hour doubleheader with a look back at who hit it big and who struck out.
No way.
She's a Yankee fan! We're going to have a hot dog eating contest.
Are you serious?
Then it's behind the scenes of the casting process. Check out how you got in the game and who got left on the bench. Wednesday after Sox coverage. We're making romance a reality, one game at a time.
Back at Fenway, where the game summary is brought to you by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. Now Mike Lowell able to tie the game in the first inning with a double off the wall, scoring Manny Ramirez. Then J.D. Drew walking as part of an inning that Chad Gaudin had trouble in. 4 walks in the 5th. Red Sox scored twice, and tonight Curt Schilling ends up going the first 6 innings and striking out 6. He departs with a chance for his 9th win of the year, as the Red Sox have a 4-1 advantage here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And it is the younger brother of Julio Lugo, Rudy Lugo, who's in now for the Oakland A's.
Now, he was claimed on waivers from Tampa Bay back in June. He's been up 3 different times with the Athletics. You see the numbers, and more walks than strikeouts. 35 walks and 31 strikeouts for Lugo.
Rudy Lugo and Julio Lugo were on the Tampa Bay Devil Rays at the same time. They'll face each other here, perhaps. And 2 outs as Youkilis carves it foul.
That has to be a strange feeling, doesn't it?
Yes. They have never faced each other. The major league level, anyway. Maybe in the backyard. First time they had appeared on a field together. As the pitch misses outside, of course, at Tropicana Field. And the last time that Lugo pitched for Tampa Bay, ironically, was against the Oakland A's, teams he now pitches for. He's 26. Framed by Suzuki, but it misses away. Full count. Leap perfectly, makes the grab. Red Sox grab a run. We've played 7. It's 4-1 Boston.
safest accident is the one that never happens. The 2008 Lexus RX with 14 actively safe features. Learn more at activelysafe.com.
You thought your child was safe. She made it out of high school without smoking. No more worries, right? Wrong. Almost 1 out of 3 Maine kids will become an addicted smoker by the time he or she enters young adulthood. 1 out of 3. And periods of transition, such as leaving home for the first time, leave youth more vulnerable to tobacco marketing. Their target? Your daughter. Tobacco never quits. Learn how to prevent tobacco use. Visit tobacconeverquits.com.
Sunscreen, helmet, seatbelt. You want to protect your kids from everything, including obesity. New Subway Fresh Fit meals for kids with better-for-them sides like new Dannon all-natural yogurt. Subway, eat fresh.
The Red Sox in October. It's 1 part faith.
Big Poppy with a grand slam.
The other part fight.
He struck him out.
And there's only one network that delivers it all. Nessun. Get continuing pre- and post-game coverage throughout the postseason from the network with the best Sox access in baseball. Turn to the network you turn to all season long. It's the second season. It's Soxtober on Nessun. One nation, one network.
Andy Brickley's back with an all-new Bruins preview and predictions. Get the inside look at the top B's newcomers and vets, position by position, because no one breaks it down better than the Brick. Brick's Bruins preview premieres Tuesday, October 2nd at 9.
4-1 Red Sox would send it to Tina.
Well, Rudy Lugo still has yet to face his older brother, Julio. I had the opportunity to talk to Rudy last night when Julio received a humanitarian award for Medicines for Humanity, a new charity that Julio is getting involved in. And I talked to Rudy about their brother's relationship.
We definitely talk about baseball. I mean, it's our lives. I mean, some nights he has a bad night, and I call him, stay up. But we talk about each other's team. Now that I'm on a good team, he's in a good team, it's better because we always talk about baseball.
And we'll see if Rudy returns to the mound, as Julio is the first Red Sox batter to hit in the bottom of the inning.
Ken, we'll look forward to that, as it will indeed be Julio Lugo leads it off in the 8th. Question is whether Rudy will be back out there. Nobody warming right now for the A's. There's Gaudin, the first pitch strike.
First pitch curveball from Gaudin. The big improvement over the last couple of outings for Gaudin has been the curveball and changeup, and throwing him for strikes. For Gaudin, this will be appearance number 52 in a Red Sox uniform, number 18. His last, he got a win at Tampa Bay on Sunday. Pitched an inning in that game, a walk and 2 strikeouts.
Javier Lopez, Jonathan Papelbon in the pen for the Red Sox as the A's bat here in the 8th. Del Carmen worked the 7th inning. He allowed a walk but struck out 2, facing 4 batters in relief of Curt Schilling, who went the first 6. They've given up a home run to Derek Barton back in the 1st inning. It's the only Oakland run as they bat here in the 8th. Barton waits on deck, then Nick Swisher will be along here in the top half of the 8th. Eighth straight scoreless appearance for Manny Del Carmen tonight. It's 2-2. Miami ended up with the victory on Saturday. His 4th win of the year. And has worked the scoreless inning in both of his last 2 games. Overall now he's allowed just a run in 2 of his last 10 appearances. Well, the 2-2 pitch to Shannon Stewart. On the ground foul. Ball, and it's grounded down the line. It's a fair ball as it kicks off the boxes. Cutty will go grab it, and it'll hold Stewart to just a single.
Pretty nice at bat there by Shannon Stewart. He fouled off a couple of pitches, gets the fastball from Gaudin and takes it right down that third base line by the dive of Mike Lowell. There's the curveball right on top of it, right down the line. Bouncing off the stands, and that'll hold Stewart at first base.
So lead runner on here for the A's in the 8th, and here's Derek Barton. Barton with a home run in the 1st inning off Curt Schilling. It was the 2nd batter that Schilling faced. And Barton a single in the 3rd, fly to left in the 6th inning. A strike over the outside corner.
Well, the cheerers at Tampa Bay has taken a lead over the Yankees.
They're trailing 5-0.
And in a moment, Tom Curran will show you how that happened.
A dramatic change of events in that game tonight. In the dirt, gathered by Veritek to his right.
It certainly sounds to me like the fans here tonight at Fenway want the Red Sox to finish first. Still watching that scoreboard and watching that Yankee score, and of course TC will have the highlights in a moment.
Inside again, 2-1. Let's check in with Tom Curran.
All right, Don, thank you. Here's how it happened. A 6-run, 6th inning. Jorge Velandia, the first home run of his career, is a grand slam off Brian Brody with 2 outs. It is now 6-5. Tampa Bay Tigers leading their game 8-0. Guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, TC. Here it is, 4-1 Boston, as this one is sent foul down the right field line by Barton. The Red Sox beginning with a 2-game advantage heading into tonight's action over the Yankees. The Red Sox winning now. The Yankees are losing. And the best record scenario, Red Sox half a game back behind the Indians, who play on the West Coast against the Seattle Mariners. Angels have a 1-0 lead in the 6th inning against the Rangers, as this one is sent foul. Took 7 pitches before Shannon Stewart was able to get a base hit to begin the inning. This is pitch 7 to the 2nd batter that Gaudin has faced tonight. Fans trying to cheer him on. The 3-2. Fly ball to right. 1 down in the 8th. Here's Nick Swisher. Ground out to first, ground out to second. A double in the 6th inning. Ball 1 to Swisher. Inside to the backhand went Veritek, and it's 2-0.
See Costa on deck, the left-hander. That's the conversation that they were having down there. See if Lopez is ready out in the bullpen. Of course, he's throwing alongside Papelbon.
Towards left center field. Ellsbury coming over. Kelty calling, and Ellsbury steps in front of him to make the grab. Almost a collision out there in left center field. Ellsbury makes the grab, 2 down.
Well, that shows me something for the rookie. You know, he's a center fielder. He's a take charge guy. He's the guy that if he calls for it, it's his ball, and he didn't back off at all. He went a long way to get that and took it right in front of Bobby Kelty. Either guy has an easy play on it. But the rookie steps in front of the veteran and catches the ball and makes the out.
It's the second out of the 8th. Shannon Stewart remains at first base. He singled to begin the inning, still standing there after 2 fly ball outs. Now Jack Cust 1 for 3. One part, a single in the 4th. Breaking ball for a strike. Man, it's 1-1. Strike, 1-2. Oh, curveballs this inning from Eric Gaudin.
Curveball picking up the outside corner. We mentioned, you know, last couple of outings, his curveball, his changeup has been very, very good. Which in turn makes his fastball better.
This one in the dirt, kicks off Veritek, went right back to him. A nice play and no advance for Stewart.
That's a great play by Veritek. Gaudin overthrowing the changeup here. And watch Veritek kick to his left. He's just trying to block the ball. It hits off his right arm and then right into his glove. And Stewart has to remain at first base.
Two outs, Stewart at first. Cust waiting on a 2-2. Fouled it off. Back to the fastball that time.
That's what I was talking about there. You know, when he has control of his curveball and his changeup, and then he throws that fastball at about 93, it looks harder than that to the hitters. And right there, Cust late on that swing. That's when he's not getting his breaking pitches over. Then he just sit on the fastball from Gaudin.
Off again. And he's thrown 23 pitches in the inning. Another batter in which he's had to throw 7 pitches to. Markello waits on deck, 2 down here in the 8th. A 4-1 Red Sox advantage. Outside.
Well, he's thrown a couple of changeups that, you know, could have gone either way. Very close here on the changeup, outside part of the plate. Maybe a little bit low, maybe a little bit away. See Veritek pulling it back to the corner.
Payoff pitch to Cust. In the dirt, ball 4. Did he go? No. Gary Darling saying he did not offer. Veritek tried to show that he did, and down to first base with the walk goes Cust. And to the mound goes Terry Francona. With the tying run coming to the plate. And it'll be the closer. He'll be making his way in, looking for 4 outs tonight.
Ultimate, adjective, not to be improved upon or surpassed. Greatest, unsurpassed. Red Sox, collective noun, not to be improved upon or Hazel May. Proper noun, greatest, ultimate. It's the 9 must-see stories each week from Red Sox Nation. Granite City Electric's Ultimate Red Sox Show with Hazel May. The Ultimate Red Sox Show. Proper noun. Sundays only on Nesson.
A lot of people think I'm nuts. I'm crazy. I'm kind of whacked. I'm kind of not your normal host. Think I'm dull? Oh my God, I caught myself. Welcome to the show. Where you been?
Sponsored by Obashan Hardware, the greatest show on H2O.
This pitch sequence is brought to you by the Commonwealth Health Connect to cover your bases. Connect to health. Well, look at that last at bat by Jack Cust against Gaudin. Gaudin starts him off with a breaking ball that's a little bit low. Another curveball from Gaudin that picks up the outside corner. One more time with the curveball for the second strike. A 1-2 count. And then he overthrows the changeup. Fastball fouled off by Cust. Another fastball fouled off. And now misses with back-to-back changeups. On the 3-2 count, back to the changeup, but low.
Eric Gaudin responsible for the 2 men on as he departs with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Jonathan Papelbon is in.
Papelbon making his 57th appearance, 36 saves for Papelbon, and that is in 39 opportunities. His last coming in his last outing against Tampa Bay. Save number 36 on the 22nd, pitched an inning in that ball game. You know, Don, this has been a very strange game when you think about it. You have Curt Schilling coming out of the game with a very low pitch count as they're trying to, you know, go in a postseason with a well-rested staff. Yet you've had guys like Manny come back tonight, play a little bit of a game, get 3 at-bats. You had Youkilis make his appearance tonight. Now you've got Papelbon in to get 4 outs. I mean, it's almost like you're experimenting with some stuff, but yet you're trying to get the win. And here's Papelbon on to get 4 outs in the ballgame. Crazy. That's what the last week brings when you're already in the playoffs.
A whole new dimension as Mark Ellis stands in with runners at first and second and 2 down. He's the tying run. And he pops it up. From short comes Lugo. And just what Terry Francona wanted. 1 pitch from Papelbon to get the last out of the top of the 8th. 4-1 Boston.
You can't wait any longer. Just can't wait. Toyota clearance deals go fast. Just can't wait. Wait now and you'll miss out. Hurry! You can save on the last of the 07 Tundras with $3,000 cash back. Or you can save with 1.9 financing for 60 months or lease for just $299 a month for 36 months with $19.99 due at signing. Toyota's last chance clearance ends October 1st. Your chance to save is now. You just can't wait. I just can't wait.
It's finally here, the Jeep model year-end clearance with no interest for 6 years on Rugged Commander. Or get a great deal on Sporty Liberty and luxurious Grand Cherokee. Now, well-qualified returning lessees get a low-mileage lease on Liberty Sport for just $219 a month. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Jeep model year-end clearance ends soon.
I've got it.
We've got it. We've got it.
Got what? Health insurance. Massachusetts residents are now required to have it. And the state's Health Connector makes it more affordable and easier to get.
I've got it. Me too.
Call or go to our website to compare plans, get information, and choose the right plan for you. Get preventive care and medical and financial protection.
I'm getting it. I've used it.
We've got it.
Get health insurance now through the state's Health Connector.
I play both Megabucks and Powerball in Maine every week. I play Megabucks because even though it's not hundreds of millions, it's still a lot of money. And there are more winners in Maine than the other 2 states. And I play Powerball because I can dream a little, or I can dream a lot.
Back at Fenway, it's 4-1 Red Sox as we head to the last half of the 8th inning. And it's Rudy Lugo about to face his brother Julio Lugo for the first time at the Major League level. 2 teammates in Tampa Bay now going head-to-head for the first time. And there's strike 1 from Rudy Lugo. Julio has struck out twice tonight and singled to center. Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Back-to-back curveballs from Rudy to Julio. Again, this has to be a very strange feeling for both these guys.
Breaking ball chopped foul outside of third. Julio is 31 years old. His brother Rudy is 26. Pitch in the dirt outside, the count 2-2. Born in Barahona of the Dominican Republic. Breaking ball turned on foul.
Well, he's seen a steady diet of curveballs from his brother. One fastball so far on this at bat. So maybe in the backyard he got him a couple of times on curveballs.
Trying to get him to chase. He does not. It's a full count. Julio had been down 0-2. Yankees and Devil Rays had moved to the 7th. It's still 6-5 Tampa Bay. Ball 4, and down to first base goes Julio in the first ever matchup of the Lugos head-to-head. That is 9 walks allowed by Oakland pitching now.
Little stare out at his brother like you won't pitch to me, will you? Just walk me.
Yeah, he's going to try to keep his brother close.
30 steals for Julio Lugo. Only caught 6 times. Now he's playing with his brother.
Pedroia takes the strike. He showed bunt. Wants to know what happened. Lugo came into the game in the 7th, was able to get Euclid to line out to second base to end the inning. Pedroia outside for ball 1-1. 9 walks allowed tonight by the Oakland Athletics. 2 of those walks have turned into runs. It was the inning in which Chad Gaudin walked 4 straight. The count. All 2, 2-1. Roy tonight has flied to right 3 times and grounded into a fielder's choice. Tried to hold up, but goes around. Would have been a strike call anyway. 2-2. There's action behind Rudy Lugo in the pen for Oakland. And Meyer is up. Chad Gaudin went 4+ tonight. As Pedroia turns on this foul. Then 4+, Lenny DiNardo. 2 2/3. This one chopped foul by Pedroia. Still 2-2. DiNardo charged with 1 run. Gaudin gave up the first 3.
Ortiz looking down at that bullpen, sees the lefty warming up and finding out a little bit about him from Dave Magadan, the hitting coach.
Outside ball 3, full count. for an 8-pitch at bat for Julio Lugo to begin the inning. This will be pitch 8 for Dustin Pedroia. Here goes Julio, and this one to right field is in for a hit. Lugo to third base, Pedroia to second base. Hit second and third with nobody out in the 8th.
Well, Pedroia picks up his first hit of the night. Sounded like a broken bat base hit toward the end of the bat, away from Pedroia, but drops it into right field. So the Red Sox with a chance here to tack on a few more runs.
And Bobby Kelty headed into a 6-4-3 double play in the 6th inning. Gets his second at bat of the night.
Action in the Red Sox bullpen just starting. If the Red Sox were to tack on some runs, you would probably not see Papelbon come out for the 9th.
Kelty lifts a fly ball to left field. Shannon Stewart makes the catch as Lugo tags and scores. The Red Sox lead it 5-1. Bob Guerin headed to the mound. Meyer make his way in from the pen, getting ready to face David Ortiz. Red Sox on top now, 5-1.
Start your weekend early with Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
The sooner we get you into the ballpark,
the sooner we get you into the game.
Every home game Friday, Nesson delivers game day experience that is Friday night at Fenway Park.
so start your weekend early.
At 5:30, it's the new prime time.
Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
The rookie on the hill tonight.
Play Buchholz, second Major League start. A beautiful job of mixing up all his pitches.
Diving as Pedroia gets up and throws him out. What a play by Pedroia. Wow. He struck him out. Clay Buchholz has thrown a no-hitter in Boston tonight, and it sends Fenway into a frenzy.
I'll tell you what, Don, this is one of the best stories I've ever seen.
Tomorrow at HD, it's Sox A's. Pre-game coverage begins at 4 on Nesson.
To Char, the drive,
The Bruins are the hub of hockey. The Bruins are on Nesson.
Right after the game, it's WB Mason Extra Innings with Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley. You'll see and hear all the reaction from the Red Sox clubhouse with Tina Savasio after the series opener, plus highlights of the Angels and Rangers. As the Red Sox quest for the best record in the majors continues, it's all right after the game in high definition on Nesson.
New pitcher on for the Oakland A's is Dan Meyer.
Well, Dan Meyer is only making his 6th appearance. He's made 3 starts in 2 stints this year with the Oakland Athletics. In his starts, he has an 0-2 record with an 11.12 ERA.
We're here at Fenway Park in Boston. Don Orsillo, Jerry Remy, and Tina Savasio bringing you Boston Red Sox baseball in high definition and in Dolby Digital. 5.1 surround sound on Nesson. Well, the A's had a 1-0 lead in the first. The Red Sox since then have scored 5 unanswered runs. And so far 1 here in the bottom of the 8th. Dustin Pedroia at second base, 1 down. Meyer on to face David Ortiz. And it's strike 1 over the outside corner. Ortiz has walked twice tonight, flied out twice.
came over to the Athletics. That was in a trade that sent Tim Hudson over to the Atlanta Braves. That was back in 2004.
Outside 2-1. One of the September call-ups. He was called up from AAA Sacramento on September 3rd. It is his second stint with the A's this year.
I spent time at AA Midland and AAA Sacramento.
Fouled off to the left, back and out of play. Dustin Pedroia at second base, one down. 1-2 the count to David Ortiz. Check swing grounder that is foul. That missed the bag by very much.
Ortiz trying to check his swing on a breaking ball, but makes contact and just missed that third base bag.
Pedroia in scoring position at second base, one down, a run in here in the last half of the eighth. And Ortiz taps it foul. More action in the A's pen. Andrew Brown, a right-hander, up. Already seen DiNardo, Lugo, and Meyer out of the Oakland pen. And for the starter, Chet Gaudin went 4+. And was on the hook for this one. He gave up 3 of the 5 runs. Ortiz to right field, down the line, towards the corner. It's gone. 2-run shot for Big Papi, his 33rd of the year. Red Sox lead it 7-1.
Did David Ortiz ever turn around that inside fastball against Meyer? His 5th home run against a left-handed pitcher this year. That ball inside, and Ortiz just out in front of it and drives it hard for the home run. That's called cleaning out a fastball. That's up right there, big time.
I wonder about Bob Guerin's move. Lefties are hitting .353 against Meyer. Right-handers at .255, but he makes the move here to have him face one of the game's best left-handed hitters, and David Ortiz, who takes him deep in a 2-run shot.
That's a small sample. That's only 5 games, you know.
It's a strike in the count, 1-1.
And the fact is, too, that as a manager, you got to find out about some of you guys as you look to the future.
We found out about David Ortiz. This is in the air to shallow center. Back goes Scudero into shallow center. And he makes the grab for out number 2 with the inning.
A 1-pitch outing maybe for Jonathan Papelbon tonight, and that came in the 8th inning. 1 pitch to Mark Ellis, the second baseman, and he pops it up the shortstop. And now with the Red Sox with the big lead, Brian Corey getting loose in a hurry. I mean, this thing really couldn't have worked out better for the Red Sox tonight when you think of the whole thing. You know, keeping Schilling 6 innings. Papelbon may only have to pitch 1 pitch. You get the return of Ramirez. You get the return of Youkilis.
Make it even better is if that score holds up in Tampa Bay with the Devil Rays on top 6-5.
Well, it's gloves and wheels time down there, isn't it? And then Reyes.
Yes. One of the Switzer's already been in.
Already been.
Showman running out the same combination just about every day lately. To center field. His third hit of the night.
On base 4 times, J.D. Drew. The double, a walk to bring in a run, and now back-to-back singles. And again, using straightaway center field. Both times he's faced lefties in this game. He's going up the middle. One with a ground ball, one with a line drive.
So 2 down, and Drew at first base. Here's Jason Varitek. He's been on twice tonight, both times walking, last time intentionally. It inside for ball 1-1. 2 of the runs this inning charged to Rudy Lugo. It closed on him after 2/3 of an inning, giving up 2. Myers been charged with a run. He allowed the 2-run shot by David Ortiz. Red Sox now with a 6-run advantage. This one gets away, and to second base goes J.D. Drew. Let's check in with Tom Caron.
Con, TV9 and the other division leaders in the race for overall American League lead, and David Murphy, the Texas Rangers, helping out his former team. He drives in Blaylock here to make it 3-1 Texas. The Angels came into the night 1/2 game back of the Sox, guys.
Okay, Tom, thank you very much. A nice season for David Murphy since joining the Texas Rangers. And the Gagne deal. As Jason Varitek takes the 3-1 for ball 4, 3rd time he's walked tonight. Again, the pitching coach headed out. 10 walks now allowed tonight by Oakland pitching.
Stay tuned after the game for Granite City Electric Extra Innings Extra with Tom Caron, Dennis Eckersley, and Tina Sabasio, who will bring you all the reaction from the Red Sox clubhouse after this series opener, including Terry's take, plus a preview of the series finale tomorrow, the pitching matchup, John Lester and Joe Blanton. It's all after the game in high definition, only on NESN.
Dylan Meyer has faced 4 batters, giving up a home run. Did get a pop-up, but then a single and a walk. As action in the Oakland pen has Colby Lewis up. And 10 walks allowed tonight for the Oakland Athletics, a season high. As Jacoby Ellsbury stands in with runners at first and second. Jacoby Ellsbury, the 8th member of the Red Sox to bat here in the bottom of the 8th. And 3 spots so far on the board for Boston. Well, 2-2-1. strike Ellsbury taking, and it's 2-2. At second, Varitek at first, 2 down. Outside, ball 3. Nicholas waits on deck. He'll be the 9th man to bat here in the 8th. Fly ball out to right center field. Swisher calling and catching the final out of the 8th. Red Sox score 3 times. A 2-run shot for David Ortiz and a 7-1 Red Sox lead.
Shot, Bergeron scores! Retrieves Bergeron, ties it up!
Bruins are the hub of hockey. The Bruins are on NESN.
Never before has America seen something like this from a car manufacturer. Dodge introduces the Lifetime Powertrain Limited Warranty. Never before has any other car manufacturer, foreign or domestic, possessed the confidence to do this. And Dodge has done it. It means no more repair bills for covered parts for as long as you own your Dodge vehicle. It means a lifetime of peace of mind. It's a first, and it's only from Dodge. Dodge. Grab life.
No matter where we come from, one sport brings us all together. The people of Citgo salute baseball and all the incredible places the game can take us. Citgo, there at every turn.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. Bacardi. Pepsi. New England Dodge dealers. And by Southwest Airlines. Yeah, Red Sox tack on 3 more in the bottom of the 8th inning, take a 7-1 lead to the 9th inning. And after just 1 pitch from Jonathan Papelbon in the 8th, Brian Corey into the game.
Corey making his 8th appearance for the Red Sox. He's worked 7 1/3, only allowing 3 hits and no runs. He has 3 walks and 5 strikeouts. Last outing coming on the 23rd at Tampa Bay, inning and 2/3 in that game. No hits, no runs. A walk and a strikeout against the D-Rays. By the way, that Tampa game has gone to the 8th inning, and the Devil Rays still have a 6-5 lead over the Yankees. So it's probably Wheeler time right now, right?
Pretty close. As they get ready for Al Reyes. 7-1. Red Sox on top here in the top half of the 9th. Dan Johnson. Marco Scutaro, Jack Hanahan. Expected to face Corey here in the 9th.
In a terrible accident, he's got a lot of stitches.
He's striking the count 2-1.
Well, Johnny's going to mess me all up, John. What time are we going to eat dinner?
I have no idea.
3 o'clock.
I was thinking about that. Everything's messed up.
I don't like to be thrown out of, like, you know, that kind of stuff. It throws me. We eat dinner at 4:30 for a 7 o'clock game, right?
Right.
So that means we got to eat dinner tomorrow at 2:30?
2:30.
I'm going to be starved by tomorrow night.
That's you got to mix in more food during the game. That's the only way to do it. Into the Red Sox dugout foul. Yeah, that's a full count to Dan Johnson.
One pitch for Jonathan Papelbon tonight results in a pop-up. Red Sox tack on 3 runs and
leadoff walk. Struck in with Tom Karen.
All right, Don, thanks very much. Yankees have tied it up in the 8th inning. It's Melky Cabrera with 1 out and men on the corners. Fly ball to Johnny Gomes. The throw coming home looks to be in time to get Bronson Sardina, but the ball gets away. He's safe. Game tied now at 6, guys.
Okay, Tom, thank you. Here, the Red Sox on top 7-1. A leadoff walk, however, to Dan Johnson to begin things here in the 9th inning by Brian Corey. And here's Marco Scudero's had a tough night, striking out 3 times as he takes strike 1.
I didn't notice who the pitcher was in there in the 8th inning for Tampa. I would guess it's Wheeler, who's always in the 8th inning.
There's 49 on the board. I don't think Wheeler's 49.
Now they said from the studio it is Dan Wheeler. Yep.
The 0-2 to center field and falling fast. That'll drop in for a hit. As Johnson's up to second base. First 2 have reached here for the A's, who are not going quietly in the 9th.
0-2 changeup that time from Corey, and Scudero, who had struck out 3 times, drops it into center field for the base hit. So back to the telephone for John Farrell.
Scudero had struck out 3 times. He singles here in the 9th. And John Canahan takes ball 1. Lopez will get back up. Off 1-1.
This game is really moving along till about what the 8th inning. Very long 8th inning. Number of pitching changes.
45 pitches in the 8th. And that 3-run inning for the Red Sox. The Oakland Athletics. One to Hanahan. In there for strike 2, 2-2. Those tossed 7 1/3 scoreless innings in 7 games. And the first 2 have reached here in the 9th. 3 full count.
Those pitches have been strikes all night. For Jerry Meals behind the plate. Looks like it did have the inside corner.
Good chance for Hanahan. Curt Schilling, the starter tonight for the Red Sox. 6 innings, just giving up the 1 run, the only run the A's have tonight. Del Carmen an inning, shutout. Gagne 2/3 with a hit and a walk. Not charged with a run. Papelbon a 3rd. Corey for the 9th. And his 3-2. In the air to left field, struck well. Kelty back off the wall. The camera played by Ellsbury. Around from second comes Dan Johnson, and 2 second with an RBI double is Jack Hanahan. And it's now 7-2.
Two hits this inning, both on changeups. A changeup to Scudero, and a changeup now to Hanahan, and he puts it off that left field wall. Well, maybe not a changeup. Fastball away. Kelty with a deke out there like he was going to catch it, and he leaves the carom to be played by Jacoby Ellsbury. So now a little more action out in the bullpen, as it looks like Timlin is going to join Lopez.
Nobody out here in the 9th inning. Runners at second and third. A run already in for the A's. First time they've scored since the 1st inning. And here's Curt Suzuki. He reached on an infield hit in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. Inside, ball 1. Brian Corey's been very good since being called up this year. Of course, pitching for the Red Sox last year and a lot in spring training, but spending the season with the Pawtucket Red Sox, one of the September call-ups. They're running into trouble here tonight. 2-0.
Crowd that is left at Fenway getting a little impatient right now.
There's a strike, and it's 2-1. A's are 36 and 43 on the road this season. Play 500 baseball at home, 39 and 39. To right field. Drew coming in, makes the catch basket style, tagging and trying to score from third, and doing so. There's Scudero as they try to get Hanahan at second. They cannot. We check in with Tom Caron.
Yeah, Don, Dan Wheeler got out of that jam at Tampa Bay. Man in the corner's 2 out, and he gets Derek Jeter on a called 3rd strike. So the game stays tied at 6. They're going to the bottom half of the 8th at Tropicana Field. Don?
Okay, Tom, thank you very much. Here it is now 7-3. The A's have grabbed 2 runs here so far in the top half of the 9th inning. Hanahan at second base, 1 down. And Shannon Stewart, the batter. With a single his last time up, 1 for 4 in the game tonight. And the corner for strike 1. Pitches so far in the inning for Brian Corey. Bloop. Back goes Pedroia to make the catch. They may turn this into a double play, and they will to run the ball game. Hanahan caught in no man's land, and the Red Sox come away with a 7-3 victory. As the double play ends game 1 of this brief 2-game series, the Red Sox are 7-3 winners tonight. Curt Schilling picks up win number 9 of the season, as the Red Sox at the moment with a 2.5-game lead over the Yankees. 7-3 the final. WB Mason's extra innings right around the corner, so stay with us.
When you're ready for fun, Southwest Airlines has your fare. Fly to lots of fun places nationwide for as low as $59 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
I just can't wait. You can't wait any longer. I just can't wait. Toyota clearance deals go fast. I just can't wait. Wait now and you'll miss out. You can lease one of the last of the 07 FJ Cruisers for just $239 a month for 36 months. Or you can save with $750 cash back. Or get one of the last of the 07 Toyota Tacomas with $500 cash back. Toyota's last chance clearance ends October 1st. Your chance to save is now. You just can't wait.
Distinctively delicious Italian food, like our chicken marsala with mushrooms. Bertucci's. What's not to love?
They've stormed beaches and freed countries. They've raised our flag and our hope. They've been called leathernecks. They've been called devil dogs. But above all, they're called Marines.
Red Sox win at 7-3. Schilling a winner, Gaudin the loser. And we check out the standings as a result of the Red Sox victory tonight and the other scores. Red Sox now 2.5 ahead of the Yankees, who are tied 6-6 with Tampa Bay at the Trop. Now the best record situation, Red Sox in a dead tie at the moment with the Indians as they lead Seattle 3-0. The Angels with a 3-1 advantage, actually trailing Texas 3-1, I should say, their game back.
And the play of the game is brought to you by Foxwoods Resort Casino. It's going to be the 33rd home run of the season for David Ortiz. This coming late in the ball game. But Ortiz with the round tripper, number 33.
Final score again, 7-3 Red Sox. For Jerry Remy and Tina Cervasio, I'm Don Rosillo saying goodnight from Fenway Park. Join us again tomorrow afternoon for the series finale. Coverage begins at 4. Visit NESN.com where New England sports live online. This has been a presentation of NESN, New England's most watched sports network. Time now for WB Mason's Extra Innings with Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley, live from the NESN HD Television Center. TC?
Oh, Don, thanks very much. Red Sox back at Fenway Park, and Manny Ramirez back in the starting lineup. Kevin Youkilis comes back into the game with a pinch hit appearance. And when it's all said and done, the Red Sox get back in the win column. Win number 93. We'll break it down for you and update you on the Yankees. They're tied up. WB Mason's Extra Innings with Dennis Eckersley coming up next.
Closed captioning for Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Stop up! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets.
Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate.
Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
When you're on the go, you need the convenience, quality, and pricing that you'll always find at Extra Mart. Convenience. Everything you need is priced right and ready to go. Quality. Extra Mart has their own Extra Cafe gourmet coffee, delicious Deli Joe sandwiches, and Extra Fuels gasoline. All this month at Extra Mart, Nestle Pure Life Spring Waters, specially priced at just $3.99 per case. Nestle Pure Life, satisfying your healthy thirst for life. In every corner of New England, Extra Mart is just around your corner.
You think it's not gonna happen to you? Well, take it from me, it can. And whether it's a broken bone or appendicitis or cancer, you can't afford to suddenly pay a huge bill. You need health insurance. That's why Massachusetts is now requiring everyone to have it. And they're making it more affordable and easier to get through the state's health connector. Call them or go online. Get information, compare plans, choose the one that's right for you. Hey, don't wait till it's too late.
Hey, you're running at 1550? The house is lit.
Mom, can we keep him? Sure, honey.
Verizon Fios, the most advanced fiber optic network straight to your home.
All I hear from people is, hey, you got time? I got all kinds of time. I got nothing but time. What do you need? I got daytime, nighttime, full-time, part-time, tea time, bedtime, hammer time, and then there's prime time. That's a TV term that tells us where the best shows are at. 5:30, that's the new prime time on NESN with Monster Monday, Globe 10.0, and Friday Night Fenway. It's the new prime time. What do you want from me? I don't set the time. You talk about clocks.
A couple of big ovations tonight, about a standing ovation. The first inning from Manny Ramirez. He rewards the Red Sox faithful with the single as the Sox got a run on the board in the first. And then Kevin Youkilis stepping in for a pinch hit appearance in the fifth inning and staying in the game. Nice ovation for Uke. Less than a week to go in the regular season. Red Sox starting to come around to full health, and they win this one by the 7-3 final. Welcome into our NESN HD Television Center, everyone. Tom Karen along with Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley. Plenty of nice stories, but maybe the nicest story of all, Curt Schilling. Again, if this is the reinvention of Curt Schilling, it's pretty fun to watch right now.
He looks like he's getting comfortable with the fact of the way he's pitching now, and it becomes it's almost like the new Curt Schilling. I mean, you know he's got his fastball, you know he's got his control, didn't walk anybody once again, punched out 6 guys, but not like a powerful punch out of 6 guys. You see the curveball right there with a strikeout, but 4 of them looking on educated cheese. He's always had this, fastballs where he wanted to throw it, but just a new look. If you watch the whole game, he mixed everything in. Obviously, he goes back and forth with his fastball, can paint with the best of them. Velocity's not really there, but it doesn't really matter. This guy can pitch without velocity, and he's thrown a lot more curveballs. He's gotten hurt with that split finger, didn't tonight, but had in the past. But for the most part, he's been creeping up a new style every time out, and it's come to this. And he's pitched as well as anybody in the last 6, 7 starts.
Yeah, his command has been tremendous. His location tonight was right there. The one mistake was a missed fastball, the home run to Barton. 4th inning, a single leads off, gets the next 3 batters looking. That's painting.
He's not afraid to come inside. Once again, Curt Schilling is the type of pitcher, when he's going to go outside, he either misses outside, he doesn't miss out over the plate. His fastball's away. That's his bread and butter, basically. His fastball's away, but a little harder before, obviously, not right now. But he seems to I think he's gotten used to this, and this is his new style. I think he's going to take it into the playoffs just like this. They're going to do some scouting reports on him and saying, this is not the same guy.
That said, he's probably your best bet, number 2 starter right now.
Right now, no doubt.
I don't think there's any question about it. All right, let's go here with the manager had to say. Terry Francona sitting at the podium talking to the media over at Fenway.
I thought he threw a lot of strikes. I thought he commanded his fastball, which opened up some of his off speed. You know what? He gave us 6 good innings. I think more importantly, every time Schill throws, we've been getting pretty consistent 6 from him. When he bounces back, just hope he gets stronger as he goes. But the more he pitches and feels good, you know, I know I say it all the time, but he hasn't forgotten how to pitch, and you give him a game plan, and he really executed it. And it's a little harder, especially for a guy like Schill, when there's so many new, younger players that we haven't seen, but he did a good job.
Do you think we're trying to go 7 with him, where's his pitch out?
No, when he walks off the mound like that, he kind of telling you it's time to move on.
Did he come out of everything okay?
Yeah, he feels good. Like took some good swings. It's a good start. You know, the idea is to build, not go the other way. So probably do something similar tomorrow. And but he came through and he said he felt fine. That's good news for us.
Terry, how good of a win was this from, you know, Ortiz to Drew to Lowell to Ellsbury, and then, you know, Papelbon where he was in Schilling? Kind of a nice way to start your week.
You know what? You could say this in April or September. There's never not a good win, but you know, first game of a homestand, they're all huge games. And we got Pap came in and got, you know, one pitch, but he got a big out. We spread it out where we could not send him back out. A lot of good things. Ellsbury had some good at bats. And Mikey Lowell putting us on the board early. We played a good game tonight.
How do you feel?
I think pretty good. I think you know, it's not perfect yet. We'll play him tomorrow. Maybe we'll hit him down lower in the order a little bit, just to let him, you know, build some strength and not maybe have. I mean, I hope he hits 6-7 times, but just try to get his bat in there and his glove, but not overdo him either.
Terry, what do you hope the team accomplishes the last 5 games of the season?
I hope we win everyone. That would be. But again, you know, just play good baseball. We want to come through with health and win as many games as we can. Never changes. You know, he stayed with all his pitches. You know, getting the second out is so big, because then we feel like we can go to Pap and not try to do too much. But no, he stayed with his plan, which is good. Gave up the ball down the line after a good at-bat. But no, I thought he threw the ball pretty well. Again, the more he pitches, I would have loved to have seen him get through the inning, just because he threw the ball well on the road trip, last part of the road trip. And to come back here, I would have liked to have had him finish the inning. But with Pap out there and 2 outs, just didn't seem like the right thing to do. The thing that's, and it's hard, and I understand it, because he's used to pitching the 9th, and you see guys warming up. I think it's hard for him not to be pitching and almost managing 2, and I understand that, and that's something we're working through.
What does it say that he got 4 guys looking at fastballs?
He's located. You know, he located in, and then he located away, and he expands the plate. Saw some takes where there wasn't, you know, he froze them with a fastball. That means he's locating very well. Setting up a hitter and then throwing it right where he wants to.
Can you talk about Manny, just how important he is to the lineup and how nice it is to see him back every time?
Yeah, it's terrific. I mean, the idea is these last 5 games to build him up, get him enough at-bats where he can be the threat that he is. And then, you know, as we progress, we can get him into the middle of the order and spread our lineup out a little bit. You know, Manny starts being that threat behind David, the way Mikey Lowell has swung, and then JD gets hot. All of a sudden, our lineup can look very different.
What goes through your mind when you see him in that first at-bat, just rifle a line drive?
Not surprised. He can do that. He's been working hard. He's been swinging a ton. That hasn't really been the problem. I mean, he got sore last week in Toronto after he ran, and I thought he got a little tentative swinging for a couple of days, but you know, the reactionary things out in the field are what we need to get over, the running and go in different directions. He took one swing on a breaking ball away that he fouled off, but other than that, he took some pretty good swings. Can you talk about JD a little bit with his hips tonight?
All right, we get an update from Tropicana Field. Al Reyes facing A-Rod. Long fly ball to the left, but on the warning track, Johnny Gomes has it. Second out of the inning. They are in the top of the 9th with 2 outs, and it is a tie game. We will keep you posted right now. Magic number of 4 to clinch their division title. It would be the first since 1995. 2.5 game lead, pending the outcome of the game. And again, anything happens down to the Trop, we'll let you know right away. Right now, here's Tina Servasio to let us know what's coming up from the field.
All right, Tom, there's still more to come from Fenway Park. You'll hear from J.D. Drew on base 4 times tonight. He's been hot as of late. Plus, I'll go one-on-one with the manager. We'll get post-game reaction from the Red Sox clubhouse. All of that coming up as the Sox beat the Oakland A's 7-3. More W.B. Mason's extra innings coming up with Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley. But first, let's send it back to our Nesson HD Television Center and Hazel May.
Tina, thank you. Hi, everybody. Coming up in our post-game update, we'll hear from the Bruins' new vice president, Hall of Famer Cam Neely. That's coming up in just a few minutes. Right now, let's see what's cooking with Bob Bryan. Bob.
Thanks, Hazel. On tonight's Extra Point question, Dan Shaughnessy is here as we debate, hey, is this a Red Sox town or a Patriots town? Now, some will look at TV ratings and say, oh, the Patriots are the toast of the town. But are TV ratings the defining stat? Dan and I will debate that on Sports Desk after Red Sox baseball. Tom Caron will be back with more of the postgame show next.
Feel the freedom driving home the all-new redesigned 2008 Subaru Impreza. This hot new Impreza comes standard with a 170 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine and symmetrical all-wheel drive. 4-wheel disc brakes with ABS and 6 airbags are all part of the package. Buy an all-new, totally redesigned 2008 Subaru Impreza starting at only $16,995. Go to NewEnglandSubaru.com for a list of local dealers. Feel the freedom. Feel the freedom, Subaru.
Baffled by a strange disease that stretches the arms of people buying copy paper at office superstores, scientists at the W.B. Mason Institute studying the problem shocked the world by announcing a cure.
Free same-day delivery.
Call 1-888-WB-MASON by 11. Your copy paper will be delivered by 5. Now, a happy ending is well within reach.
Oh, but W.B. Mason.
Start your weekend early with Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack.
The sooner we get you into the ballpark,
the sooner we get you into the game.
Every home game Friday, Nesson delivers game day experience that is Friday night at Fenway Park.
So start your weekend early.
At 5:30, it's the new prime time.
Friday Night Fenway, presented by Team Sully Mack. It's a race for the most important political office in the nation, Red Sox Nation. Tune in to Nesson for the Red Sox Nation presidential debate with special guest moderators Tim Russer and Tina Servasio. Friday after Sox coverage, only on Nesson.
Extra Innings is brought to you by W.B. Mason and their new What a Bargain Super Clearance Center, where you can save up to 75% on office furniture and equipment. Located at 647 Summer Street in Boston, across from the Boston Athletic Center.
Is our Subaru star of the game, brought to you by the Subaru dealers of New England. Feel the freedom. Curt Schilling, 6 strong innings, 6 hits, 1 run came in the first inning. Second batter he faced was a home run. Barton getting that, and that was it. 3 or fewer runs in 5 of the last 6 starts, and he got some offensive support, including a 3-for-4 night from the right fielder. J.D. Drew spoke with Tina Servasio.
JD, how nice was it to see Manny Ramirez back in the lineup tonight and also see Kevin Youkilis get in there to play?
You know, those guys have been an instrumental part of our whole season, so it's nice to get them back. I know Manny's been working hard, and it took a lot of swings yesterday, so to get his feet back under him and get going, it's nice to see.
You were on base 4 times tonight with 3 hits, and over the last 13 games, you're hitting .378. What's been the key to your hitting over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think the big key is just trying to get my pitch and hit it, you know, versus
hitting some of those nasty pitchers that the pitchers have been throwing me. Just relaxing a little bit up there. It's been fun. You know, it's just it's part of the season where you want to get going good and kind of carry into the playoffs.
5 games to go. What does this team want to accomplish in the final week of the regular season?
I think just what we have all year, continue to play good baseball and win ball games. And, you know, as long as you win out, that's all you can control. We'll see what happens.
JD, thank you.
You got it.
Sound back to you.
Tina, thanks very much. I don't think patience is a problem for J.D. Drew. This is not what fans have been worried about. But I will say, you know, in fact, Terry Francona the other day saying almost the opposite, almost swinging at pitches a little earlier, getting a pitch to hit and swinging at it maybe rather than getting deeper into the count. Whatever it is, it's working. 333 over the last 7 games. This guy's been to the playoffs with 3 different teams, and he seems to be coming together at the right time.
Well, you know, what's nice to see, like we've talked about a lot, is hit the ball the other way. And tonight you saw that ball right there, that gap ball that, you know, for Fenway Park, that is, you know, patented for him.
That's the swing we heard about in the offseason.
Absolutely, and you know he's got popped the other way. I don't know about dinger the other way, but a dinger off that wall, and then you see up the middle. You know, I mean, he'll take his walks, everybody knows, but tonight he hit a base hit up the middle. He hit here, see DiNardo, he gets a base hit right between the legs right there. That's a good sign, you know, taking the ball the other way off a left-handed pitcher. And then Meyer, he gets a base hit right up the middle. I mean, that's the kind of hitting that, you know, we've been waiting for from Drew. And I can tell you, that's what he said in that interview right there, saying, what a time for him. He could take this and carry it on in the playoffs. If there's anybody that needs to carry on into the playoffs, it's this guy.
No one will remember it.
No.
If he performs in October.
You know, I talked about Schilling, talking about, you know, you don't want to wreck you don't want to wreck something. A lot of guys get to the playoffs saying, I had a great year, now I'm going to wreck it. Well, this is the opposite with him. He can go to the playoffs and forget about the wrecked season that he had and rectify it with a great playoff.
And it's maybe a stretch to say that Curt Schilling had a wrecked season, but tonight was a nice step forward. Manny Ramirez, meantime, finally getting into a September game. Huge timing, couldn't be better for him.
This guy means everything to this lineup. I don't care what you say. I know it's been a month and they played decent baseball, but against a lot of, you know, subpar teams. But to get Manny in there, I know not hitting second, but you see him, you know, obviously he's going to try to hit the ball the other way and get his feet on the ground. And that's pretty much what he normally does when he's swinging the bat good, is hit the ball the other way. But get this guy back into the lineup, batting fourth. I don't know what you're going to do. The whole lineup, I think we'll probably be talking about it the next few days, how this is going to all line up. But this guy is so invaluable to this team and this lineup. It makes, you know, it makes them go. I would say without Manny Ramirez in the lineup, this team is very, very beatable.
That's right. With him in the lineup, they have a chance.
They have a chance.
That's good. In the American League, I think you take all 4 of them right now, and you can toss a coin on a given day.
Right. And
they all have flaws. They all have arguments that you could say they're the team to beat.
I mean, I know pitching and playoffs are all about pitching, but when you have one of the best players in the game not in your lineup, I mean, that's huge.
Or coming into the playoffs having not played in a month.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He's got 5 more days, too, because I'll tell you what, one day wouldn't cut it. He's got to get out there at least 10, 15 at-bats.
And you heard Terry Francona, probably the same type of deal. Get a couple of at-bats, 2, 3 at-bats every night here. For the rest of the way, they deliver tonight with the offense. And Jacoby Ellsbury once again a part of it. An RBI single in the 7th. He brings in J.D. Drew. That winds up being the winning run. Red Sox win it 7-3 to open up a 6-game homestand here to end the season.
With a WB Mason Gold Star delivery, anything less than perfection just won't do. Gold Star drivers are trained to work miracles to deliver your office supplies the very next day at amazingly low prices without back orders or short shipments. Call 1-888-WB-MASON if something's missing from your office supply delivery.
Who are those wonderful people?
Who but WB Mason?
Now you see me? Now you don't. Now you see me. Now you don't. What you are seeing is how much farther, wider, and better you'll see with new Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania. Because the next time you see me, I may not be alone. See farther, see wider, see better. New Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania.
Never before has America seen something like this from a car manufacturer. Dodge introduces the Lifetime Powertrain Limited Warranty. Never before has any other car manufacturer, foreign or domestic, possessed the confidence to do this. And Dodge has done it. It means no more repair bills for covered parts for as long as you own your Dodge vehicle. It means a lifetime of peace of mind. It's a first, and it's only from Dodge. Dodge. Grab life.
You have too much kick. Learn to control it. Again. Still too much kick. Little kick. You are ready.
A new spicy chicken crisp. Just the right amount of kick. $1 on the BK value menu.
Does it matter? Yeah. I mean, it matters beyond the, winning the division. It matters because you want home field advantage. There's no doubt about it.
Everything's more comfortable at home, and especially in the playoffs, it's a hectic scene. It's totally different than the regular season, and I think you're more comfortable in your home ballpark and in your house and doing the things you normally do.
I think we set the record this year and last year as the most popular visiting team, outdrawing the Yankees on the road. And USA Today labeled us America's new home team.
They scratched Roger Clemens, which is should be alarming to them as far as that goes for tonight. They pitched Chamberlain, out of turn on Sunday, which indicated to me that, yeah, they were kind of, going for the whole deal. Now 2 back with 6 to go. I think they'll let things take care of themselves. If they slip another game, probably they'll soften things and lay down altogether as well.
All right, don't forget, late afternoon coverage tomorrow. Don't wait till the evening. Our coverage begins at 4 o'clock. John Lester on about against the A's. Weekly conversation with Theo Epstein and Eck answers your text questions. All coming up tomorrow night at a special time, a 4 o'clock start tomorrow before the 5 o'clock game. Right now, speaking of special, here's Hazel May.
Great segue. Hi, TC. Hi, everybody. As you heard throughout tonight's broadcast, Hall of Famer Cam Neely is back with the Bees. Neely named Vice President of the Bruins today. The team hoping the Boston legend will bring some of his success from his days on the ice back to the Garden in his new role.
I feel like I can, at this particular time in my life, I can commit more time to working with the organization. And quite frankly, I'm not really happy with what's gone on, as most of the fans. And if I, with Peter and Charlie both talking to me about me feeling I can help, I'd like to be able to help and try and get things back on track.
Coming up tonight following post-game coverage, we'll take a look at the Patriots' offensive outburst in the first 3 weeks of the season. Is Boston a Red Sox or Patriots town? Bob Ryan and Dan Shaughnessy debate that extra point. Plus, a look at the Chiefs mascot and why he was the big story in Kansas City on Sunday. It's pretty funny stuff. Those stories and more tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bass Centers. I'll see you all later on. Back to WB Mason's, if I could say that right, extra innings right now with TC. Take it away, TC.
All right, Hazel, thanks very much. Time to check in on the Yankees. 9th inning action down at Tropicana Field, as you know. Yankees had to rally to tie this one up. And the man who hit the grand slam earlier in the game, Jorge Velandia, flies out to center field here. Carlos Pena just drew a walk with Jose Veras on the mound. So they've got to run around with 1 out. The bottom of the 9th down at Tropicana Field. 2.5 game lead for the Red Sox over the Yankees. Magic number 4. We will keep you updated. Meantime, the Angels coming into the night a half game behind the Red Sox, taking on the Texas Rangers. Here, David Murphy with a base hit. Former Red Sox outfielder helping out his old team. Hank Blaylock scores. Scott Shields struggling. It is now a final. Texas beats the Angels. 3-1 is the final score. David Murphy has been hot for Texas. Now the Angels are a game and a half back of the Indians, and the Red Sox are in dead heat with the Indians right now, but you can see different number of games played. The Indians have a double header coming up tomorrow against the Mariners. They're out in Seattle right now, leading their game 3-0. And so at the moment, they are tied. Now, the other news coming out of New York, though they're down in Tampa, we knew that Roger Clemens was supposed to pitch tonight. He was scratched. Now he's been shut down. For the rest of the season, they say he will pitch in the playoffs, could pitch if there was a must-win game, but their magic number's 1. with 5 games to go after tonight, 6 including tonight. Roger Clemens will not pitch because the hamstring is acting up.
Well, they're probably lucky that, they're going to get in this thing. And you would assume that they're going to be in the playoffs. So having, the luxury to rest Clemens, because if they didn't and they had to play real hard to get in, I mean, they'd be in trouble. So the fact is they do get to rest him. And I had been saying that Clemens wasn't throwing the ball all that well. In fact, the first time he pitched against the Red Sox, I thought he threw 50-50, half the off-speed stuff and half fastballs. And I'll tell you what, he proved me wrong, because on that Sunday night against the Red Sox, that nationally televised game against Schilling, I thought he threw very well. So it's shocking. You never know what's in this guy. You just don't. Right when you think he's losing it a little bit, he'll come back and have a little better velocity and show you why he's Roger Clemens.
And you talk about what a playoff run could do for Curt Schilling. Certainly same thing holds for Roger Clemens.
Right. I think Clemens, his velocity is a little more than Schilling's. Once again, I still think Schilling is a better pitcher at this point. I think he knows how to go with it a little bit more. But for the most part, they're both 6-inning pitchers, and let's see who does better, and the winner will be who does.
And